Well, hello there. I already messed it up because I moved him accidentally. Anyway. Hey, Mass Effect. Haven't seen this in a while. I say haven't seen this in a while, as opposed to haven't seen this much, which is a complete lie, because I think this is like my 10th time streaming this. It's always fun, though. Plus, we have mods. I actually updated some mods in Mass Effect 2. Once we finish 1, we're not going to be playing 2 for a bit. I want to play... There's a couple like shorter sci-fi games I've been wanting to really play. One of which I've played before, but it's been updated several times. And it's been years, so I do not remember how to play it. That one is called Genesis Alpha 1, if anyone's curious. It has like an FTL approach to it, where you can like have a ship you control, and you also build it like room by room. And there's also aliens. It's a first-person thing. Like it's fun. There's a few others in there that I'm trying to remember the name of, but I'll make like a personal list so I know what I'm doing with them. But hello, Mist. Thank you for the resub. And hello, Blue. But speaking of like the mods in 2, I updated several mods in 2. One of them, I had a mod installed that was where you can recruit Thane, Samara, and Tali early. And if you didn't know, it must have been possible to do that earlier, because there's actually vanilla dialogue in the game of those characters in places they're not supposed to be. Like missions they weren't even supposed to be in your party yet. But there was one thing missing. Legion. There was a mod in Mass Effect 2, original Mass Effect 2, that you got Legion super early, and I never used it. Well, they updated the mod, so now we can get Legion early. And I will already tell you, I can already say that I'm going to bring Legion to every single mission after I get him, because I never get to use him. I love Legion as a character, but if you're trying to like save everybody and you don't want to like save a bunch of missions until after the credits, like the DLC and a bunch of side stuff, you never get to do anything with him. So this time I'm going to bring him to everything. I do know by reading the mod notes that when you go to Horizon into the characters that you're not supposed to have yet have no dialogue. They did mod in some like generic dialogue just to make sure they actually talk. But unfortunately, Thane, Samara, Tali actually does a little bit, I think. But Thane, Samara, and Legion have no dialogue on Horizon. But oddly enough, I mean, like, Legion has dialogue in places he's not supposed to be yet. Just like you know how when you go get Morden on Omega, and there's a plague, so like people will mention it. Like Garrus will be like, "I'm not going to let a cough stop me." Apparently, Thane, Samara, and Tali also have voice lines for that, and they're not supposed to be there. Because you have to have Morden to trigger Horizon, and then Horizon, after you beat Horizon, triggers the recruitment. So obviously they were meant to be recruitable earlier. That'll be fun. So it's been a little while since I played this. We did complete Noveria last time. So now we're going to be doing Feros. I mentioned before my usual order of planets. When I do a min-maxing order, I do Noveria first, because there's a glitch where you can like get a bunch of Paragon or Renegade if you want to. That way you're kind of prepared for the rest of the game. Also, Feros has a Paragon or Renegade check that's kind of hard to do if you go there first. I think they actually lowered the amount required in this version of the game, but I think it's still hard to get. Like if I went straight there after Therum, getting Lara, I don't think I'd be able to make it. Which is why I usually do Feros last, or I do Feros and then Vermeer last. Either one. But as far as story goes, I mentioned... This is a nitpicky thing, but it always bugged me. When you go to Noveria, you learn the location of the Mu Relay. When you go to Feros, you learn the cipher. When you go to Vermeer, you learn the rest of the message. And with the cipher and Liara's help, you realize you have to go to Ilos. And you already got the location of the relay required for it. I never liked that, because if you have the location of the relay, why can't we just like go through it to every system it links up to and just look around? Or why can't we cross-reference like known Prothean planets with all the systems it goes to and just go look at them? I mean, space travel's pretty fast in this universe. So for story purposes, I like doing Noveria last. But for gameplay purposes, I usually do it first, to get plenty of Paragon or Renegade. I believe my first time through the game, I did Feros first, and then Noveria. I did Therum. Even after having not played the game before, because it just came out, I knew I was going to get a teammate there. I always do teammate stuff first. But I'm pretty sure I did Feros first, and then Noveria, and then Virmire last. We already talked to everybody after Noveria last time, so we can just go straight to Feros. The only missions we have left that we know of are... Oh, I did not do the Noveria missions. Once you beat Noveria, a new cluster unlocks. And there's a few missions to do there. Let's do those. Once you do Feros, it also unlocks a new cluster that you can do a few missions. I do not believe Virmire unlocks anything. Therum doesn't either. As much as I don't like the whole space, the space company thing, I hate it, by the way. I hate it. In a good way. It's like playing, like I mentioned before, it's like playing Outer Worlds, which I know came out way after this, but Outer Worlds you'll love to hate those corporations. I've always mentioned this, but when I first started the game for the first time on stream, I was like, I'm going to go in with an open mind. I'm not going to side with anybody. Yeah, corporations suck, especially space ones, Weyland Yutani. But I'm going to just be like neutral. By the end of the game, I was just like, I'm going to kill them all. They do such a great job of making you hate them. Oh, it's planet reading time. We need the proper voice. Oh, excuse me, not voice. Sorry, no, it's not a voice at all. We need the proper person to do the voice. Oh yeah, I moved them. They're in a different folder now. Hold on, I have to find them. I moved them to a different folder. Oh no, I can't find it. Oh, there it is. I put it in a different. Yeah, I had to move it because I needed more space for it. So I put it in a folder. There it is.
A modest terrestrial planet, Farflor, has a thin atmosphere composed of carbon dioxide and chlorine. The crust is mainly composed of sulfur with deposits of nickel. The terrain is extremely rough, a patchwork of craggy, overlapping craters dating back to the formation of the solar system. The planet is tidally locked to the star Acheron. The day sign has never been fully mapped. Altahi is an exceptional form of planet called a Roche world. Put simply, it is one half of a pair of small and unusually dense terrestrial worlds, Altahi and Antahi, that orbit each other so closely they effectively share a single atmosphere. That was not my fault. That one was not my fault. Does not mean that one could fly from one to the other, but both have identical atmospheres, and dust from one often can be found on the other. Both worlds share an atmosphere of nitrogen and ethane. The surface is warm and mainly composed of silica dust and dark basaltic rocks, with extensive deposits of heavy metals and radioactives. Tidal effects from Antahi create constant heavy winds. Any rocks I have to scan? I guess not. Though exceptionally large for a terrestrial world, Imanahi is composed of water ice with a core of various carbonaceous compounds. It has a density only half that of Earth, and an atmosphere of nitrogen and carbon monoxide. The surface is composed of surprisingly pure water ice, with a high albedo. Albedo? I forget what that means. Why can't I say this word? Enigmatic rock and ice planet. Grossalgen has a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane. The surface is composed of frozen water and chlorine. Hey, magnesium. Did I forget to survey this one? Nope.
All right. I forget which mission this is. These are unlocked by doing Novaria, which is the Rachni. One of these planets is actually pretty cool, where you, like, help some Marines defend. Unfortunately, in the old version of the game, there was a glitch in this, where when you exit the last cave, like the last, like, subterranean thing, and you complete the mission, when you pop out of the cave, the game goes to, like, 2 frames a second, and it's almost impossible to get out of. You, like, constantly hit the menu button, like, I want to go back to the Normandy, and it just doesn't work. We don't know what to expect here. I can bring whoever. I shall bring Rex. And Tally. You know, out of all the party member combinations there are in one, who do you think has, like, the least amount of connection? I'm trying to think. Like, Liara has a pretty good connection because she sees Tally and Garrus in 2 again, and in 3, and she was in, like, they're all in 1. But Rex kind of sits out 2 on Tachanka. I guess the first thing that popped in my mind was Rex and Tally, for some reason. I'm not saying they don't have a connection or, like, good, like, banter or whatever. Just, like, I think of them as just, like, the ones that have, like, the least connection, I guess. Not counting Caden or Ashley, just because they're starting boring human person. We no longer need any of these deposits, so we can just go straight for this stuff. Oh yeah, I have unlimited boost. That I try not to use in Thresher Maw fights, because it's kind of unfair. Oh no! I've been a potato for a while now. I guess, okay, that's fine. So what are those sci-fi games I want to play after this? I'm trying to remember. There is one that's I'm not sure if I should play it on... Generally, I organize my streams by, like, Monday and Thursday is fantasy, and Tuesday and Friday is sci-fi. Most games fall into those 2 categories. And it ends up being, like, a modern day game. I mean, I guess it'd be more fitting for the sci-fi day. It's closer to that than fantasy, but there's that RPG that's been out for a long time. Okay, look, I'm old, all right? A long time to me is, like, the 90s, like, early 90s. This came out, like, mid-2000s. There's a game called... Wow, Brain, please? Cosmic Star Heroine. It kind of plays like a Chrono Trigger. It's also pretty short. It's only, like, 15 to 20 hours. But I've always wanted to play it, but I just never got around to it. Oh, hello, Rachni. Oh, yeah, also playing on Insane, so... I have died. I died once. It was in the Benezia fight. I know I make fun of the Benezia fight a lot because it's terrible. Because it's just, like, Benezia opening up doors. And that's her power. But what killed me was I was in the middle of, like, one of, like, the, it's kind of like a square arena, but you can't go in the middle. It's just like 4 walkways. And I was in the middle of one of them, and a Geth Prime came up behind me, and it just murdered me. I am an engineer, so I am a little squishy. I can't do, like, toe-to-toe with a Geth Prime. And Liara was dead. If Liara was alive, I could have used some biotic crowd control to save myself, but she was dead, so... Alright. Oh, dead people. So this is the one with the company, I think. Exogeny. I mean, if it's not the one where you help the Marines, then it has to be Exogeny. Okay, Rachni scare me. As an engineer, I have way more shields than health. And Rachni's poison attacks go through your shields. So I'm actually amazed I did not die on Vermeer. Hello. Ow. Thank you for shooting it, everybody. Also, the fact I've only died once just shows you how powerful sniper rifles are. They're too powerful. Like I mentioned before, they did not rebalance this game. When they made the sniper rifle really good, they didn't rebalance the difficulty of the game. The sniper rifle in this game was always good, but it was built to be like unwieldy. Now it's like no recoil at all. Before you'd shoot once and it would just like sway like this for like 5 minutes.
Think we got him, Commander.
If you tried to use the sniper rifle in Mass Effect 1 without see, it's one thing to say you don't have training for it. See, now in this version of the game, you can use any weapon you want. Like I can use like see how I don't have sniper rifle training? Oh no, I do. Never mind. I chose that as my power. Like see, I don't have shotgun. You can still use a shotgun. It's actually pretty decent too. Maybe not on this difficulty at this point in the game, but still, it's decent. But in this game, sniper rifle is pretty usable, even if you don't have training in it. In the original, if you tried to use sniper rifle without training, it was the worst weapon in any game ever. Like, just shooting it once was just like... It was just like this. I mean, after shooting it, it was just... You could not use it. Not this one first. I actually thought about doing a dumb challenge playthrough of original Mass Effect 1. Maybe just Eden Prime. And, like, something else. I don't know. But, like, maybe I could only use the sniper rifle with no training. And just see if I can kill anything. Come on. There you go. So I'm not sure what these are. They look like, I mean, they kind of look like an egg, sort of, like spiky. Do we ever get to see what a Rachni egg looks like? We see it in 3, but it's like a Reaper version of it. Is this what they consider Rachni eggs to look like in 1? Maybe. But then you see them in 3 and they look more like alien eggs from Alien. Oh, this isn't the mission. Okay. Maybe it leads to it.
Mayday! 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 This is
Oh, at least
Lieutenant
to this
Marie
one.
Durand,
Okay.
314th Infantry, Alliance 10th Frontier Division. The listening post has been overrun by unidentified hostile life forms. Request immediate extraction.
Okay.
According to this, they received a supply ship just 2 days ago. The Rachni must have attacked since then.
Tell me about that supply ship. This planet is supposed to be uninhabited. The Rachni didn't come from nowhere.
One moment. These things are drones, dispatched at irregular intervals from different depots to reduce the likelihood of tracking. I have it. This one came from Argos Row.
Wherever it is, there's probably more Rachni there. Let's get to the bottom of this.
Right.
The Rachni infestation on Altahi seems to be the result of a supply drop from Argus Row. The logs downloaded from the freighter should allow you to backtrack the ship's course to its origin. So this one leads to, I guess, both of them. I guess it's a good thing I did this first. I did do everything in there, right? There's still an exclamation point on it, and it always bothers me when it stays there. There are a few times where, in this game, where the exclamation point for a mission will just get stuck there. But, no, I just have that okay. Just making sure. I would say you'd be surprised by how many times in games, I sometimes go into an area that has a mission, I clear out all the enemies, and then I forget to do the mission thing and just leave. But it isn't that surprising for me. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, I also added some more emotes. I've always had BTTV and the Franker face ones, but there was one called 7TV I never added. I did try the extension for 7TV. I don't like it. Like, all three of them can now use all three of those emotes. They just like tap into it, and as long as you make an account and like go in, like if you're a streamer, for instance, you make an account and go in there and add stuff for all three websites. If you just have one of them installed on a browser extension, you can use all three of them. I just never added the 7TV one, but the 7TV extension. Tally, are you moonwalking? This is a planet. You have to wait till we're on a moon. Let's go take a look at that. But yeah, it changed, like, all of them have options to change Twitch stuff quite extensively, too. Like, you can turn off certain buttons. Only for you. It turns it off for you. But you can, like, turn off buttons, and you can change, like, the text. It does stuff that Twitch should probably have. Like, you can change the Twitch, like, font. The text font and the size. You can even do, like, emote stuff. Like, turn off animated emotes. Cool options. But the 7TV one made a couple changes that I could not find the option to change back, because I like it the way it was. Like, when people redeem channel points, it changed how it looked, and I kind of didn't like it. And there was no option to change it back. It also changed how, like, when someone tags you in chat, you know how it goes red? It had options for highlight, but you couldn't quite get it back to the way it was. And I'm just so used to that. So I went back to using BTTV. I just added 7TV emotes to it. I like BTTV because any change it makes, you can change back. Oh, I'm no longer a potato. That's fine. Potato time fun, but don't get much done during that. Necessary, it's necessary, but don't get a lot done. Like, I did do some productive stuff. I probably shouldn't have. The whole point was to not do that kind of stuff. But I did some productive stuff when I was on a break. Most of it was through, like, XCOM. Like I said, I'm trying to do an XCOM playthrough during the anniversary week, where I have people make, like, Mass Effect characters. It's limited. It depends on what race people want. Like, for instance, for Turian, there's, like, one generic Turian face you can use for both male and female, like one of each. And there's also, like, a couple armor sets. Being Mass Effect, just based on Mass Effect, there's like 4 armor sets for male Turian and like only 2 for female Turian, and one of them is what Nyreen wears in 3. I don't blame the mod. It's Mass Effect. They kind of established pretty early on that, like, I guess female Turians don't exist until 3. Female Krogan don't exist until 3. Not a lot of, like, armor sets to pull from. Like, what do you pull from for, like, female Turian? What Nyreen wears. I know the diversification mod added female Turians to the Citadel in places, and they have their own armor. But these XCOM mods are old. Well, not old. They're like 5 or 6 years old. Why am I going back over here? I've already been here. What am I doing? I normally do the story thing last. That's why I'm over here. Yeah, we're fine. We can leave. Bye, planet. One of the it's a very simple addition to the game, but I love it. When you go to the map in XCOM, it plays this music. Of course it does. What else? I mean, come on, it's perfect. What else would it play? Now, I did have 3 people ask to be female Quarians. That's a little rough, because I don't have too many options. I think one of them is going to have a tally head. different colored like armor and stuff, but I think one of them's gonna have a tally head. I'm kind of out of options for that. There's also 3 Asari. Again, I'm a little limited on that. I have like Liara head, Samara head, and Arya. So it's like, I can only do so much with that. Also, I never liked... Samara has always been weird for me because Samara does not look like an Asari. I know, like, the look of her face is kind of based on... I'm guessing the voice actor. I know they're based on somebody. I would assume the voice actor. Or not. Maybe they... I don't know. Sometimes the voice actor... Sometimes they model the face after the voice actor, and sometimes they get someone else for it. I don't remember. Oh, planet reading time.
Pongee is a terrestrial planet with an atmosphere of methane and ethane. The surface is composed of silica with deposits of uranium and heavy metals. Clouds of small water ice crystals are common. The planet's skies are full of fine silica dust. From the surface, the sky has a pronounced salmon hue. The cursory initial scans from the Alliance surveyor ship Ibn Battuta showed geometric patterns in the Northern Hemisphere deserts, visible only in the ultraviolet band. Normandy's sensors see nothing of the kind. Platinum. Any rocks? Nope. Netmos is a resource-rich terrestrial world, somewhat larger than Earth, with a dense atmosphere of sulfur dioxide and argon. Netmos' crust is very thin and unstable, not more than 8 kilometers deep in any location. Subsurface magma flows are a hazard to ground travel, and earthquakes are frequent. While heavy metals and radioactives are plentiful, this geological instability has deterred investment by mining concerns. An additional complication is that the Styx cluster lies uncomfortably close to the 5 kiloparsec ring around the galactic core. The ring contains a great deal of molecular hydrogen, fueling the majority of the galaxy's star formation. This area is too dangerous to safely travel. Ormani has only been visited by a single unmanned probe. It is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant with large formations of water vapor clouds in the upper atmosphere. Prothean data disk. Now I'm 2 robots. Chofin is an unusually small hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of sulfur and hydrocarbons in the atmosphere. The Alliance surveyor ship reported inconclusive evidence of hydrocarbon life in the deeper layers of the atmosphere, over 1,000 kilometers below the cloud tops, where pressure compresses Chofin's hydrogen into liquid state. Proof of life in this environment would prove many long-standing theories. Unfortunately, only a probe with extremely expensive mass effect generators could survive the crushing pressure long enough to send back useful data, and the probe would be lost in the attempt. Simple expense makes investigation doubtful. Hold on, I'm waiting for it. Come on. That's a long minute.
There it goes. I was being lazy. I could have just hit the button, but since Miss triggered that, it was going to go away in a minute, so I was like, I have to hurry up and get through the text before it goes away. That's a long minute. All right, who are we bringing to take care of some Rachni problems? I mean, and Liara. We were told that Rachni are fairly susceptible to biotic abilities, so I don't have any. Which is why I never gave my character a biotic bonus ability. It never made sense to me. If I'm a character who's not biotic, giving yourself a biotic bonus ability, I guess you could say you're biotic now, but you only have one ability. Most biotics have, well, several. I know it's kind of just like a metagame thing, where it's just like, it's a bonus ability. There's a lot of stuff on this planet. Rachni Hive, Listening Post, Rachni Hive. Let's take care of this one because it looks annoying. We'll do that along the way. That's actually how I treated the abilities in XCOM. Look, XCOM is not built to have caster classes except for psionics. So when I made the classes from Mass Effect, like Engineer, there's not a lot to work with. Rather than the Engineer be like 75% abilities and then like 25% combat, it's going to be more like the other way around. There's just not that much to work with. Ah, they're there. Ow! Oh, there's actually a lot of them here. Also, to make the classes have something in common while also still retaining like some individuality, every class has 3 skills that I'm going to give it. So if we have like 3 engineers, all 3 of them have those 3 skills. And I'm limiting it to 10 skills, like 10 points. I think that's a nice round number to use. There's only 7 level ups, but you can also, with AP, buy abilities on any rank you want. So that's like 3 extra, basically. To make up for the 3 set ones, I guess. You can also skip a level if none of the skills in there are, like, good. I did find some stuff that works, but again, it's kind of limited. Sentinel, especially. The funny thing is, I spent like 10 hours in that game trying to figure out how to remap abilities to different slots. It appears these particle bores were shut down after breaking through the tunnels just below the surface. The shacks and equipment are stenciled with the logo of the Tenkara Mining Consortium, but there is no trace of the mining crew. You're done lurking? Yay! Not bad. I think I actually slept pretty decent last night for me. Probably because I didn't sleep that well the night before. I still swear that, like, it doesn't matter how much sleep I get, it matters when I sleep. Like, I had a night once, like, just example, only like a couple nights ago. I went to bed early. I ended up falling asleep probably around like 2 or 3 in the morning. But because it was early for me, I kept waking up. Like, I woke up like every half an hour, just like, okay. And it took time to get back to sleep. But once it hits like that magical hour, I stay asleep. But I got up at my usual time, and I felt okay. But then there are nights where I'll go to bed at like 5 or 6 in the morning, or even later, and I'll get up at the same time. But I'll kind of almost feel better because I spent less time like not being able to sleep and like moving around. Or, better example, I get 8 hours of sleep. Mostly. Still, I wake up a lot, but whatever. And let's say one of them is my normal sleeping schedule. And the other one is shifted like 4 hours earlier. Same amount of hours of sleep. But I feel way better if it was in my usual range. Or even less. I'd rather get like 5 or 6 hours of sleep in my normal sleep range than get like 8 to 10 hours out of it. Because it just doesn't feel the same. Also, my controller is being weird. There we go. Hello, Rachni. Yeah, there they are. I like how coordinated they are. They all pop up at the same time. I mean, they're not a hive mind per se, but their queen does kind of, like, talk to them psychically. I don't know. By Stellaris' definition of hive mind, they are not a hive mind. Like, they have some will. They have, like, their own will. It's just the queens give them, like, information telepathically. Kind of like an ant farm. Or just like an ant colony. Like the queen tells you what to do, but you still like aren't just like one person. Hive mind and Stellaris, you're just like one person. Or like a collective of people, which kind of just, again, is just one person. Although there is an origin you can do in Stellaris through one of the DLC where... wait, what is happening? Hold on, I went too far, hold on. Where you have like leaders. You're not, like, normally hive minds don't have leaders. This was before the leader update. Now everyone has leaders, kind of. Hive minds have like nodules.
Cover me.
Whatever they're called. But that one origin kind of allowed you to have like somewhat different people as leaders, kind of like sub-leaders in a hive mind, where you had like some different thoughts and like willpower, but you still also basically answered to like the hive mind. Medallion.
Let's get moving.
Alright, time for the listening post. Nah. Already did that. So when I a little after I woke up yesterday, I thought the universe was going to be like, no, you don't get to stream today. At like I stream at 5 my time. At around 3, I just heard like a bunch of loud thunder outside. I was like, oh. Luckily, it cleared up quickly. I was supposed to start streaming again the week before, but that Monday was like tornado warning storms. It's like, I guess I'm not going to be doing that. Yep, it's this mission. It's a fun one. If not a little tedious. I mean, look, I like Mass Effect's combat. It's fine. I do like the improvements they made to 1 with this edition of the game. I still miss the original just because it was like, it was just weird and wonky. Kind of like how in some ways I actually prefer Dark Souls 1 to Elden Ring in like terms of like mechanics, because I kind of miss the wonkiness of Dark Souls 1. It has like an endearing quality to it. It gives, I don't know, it kind of gives it like a personality. You good? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna hook up the Mako to this. Even though the Mako is probably better to use in combat, I also take hits pretty poorly on Insanity. I got hit twice, and it took off like 30% of my health, so... The generator has been ripped apart by Arachnite claws, leaving the defensive turrets inoperative. It would be possible to power the turrets off the Mako's engine, but this would make it impossible to drive or fire the Mako's weapons. Yep, go ahead.
First Lieutenant Durand, sir. 3rd Brigade, 14th Infantry Regiment, and I am damn glad to see you.
Remember to stay hydrated. We heard you needed some backup.
Actually, we need to get the hell out of here. But I guess your ship couldn't carry us all. They dropped us here a few months back. We get supplies every couple weeks. We didn't see anything local that was more dangerous than lichen. Yesterday, these animals started coming out of the ground. No idea where they're from. This is what's left out of 90 men. I'm the ranking officer.
Yes, I should hydrate. See, I mentioned yesterday, every week, I'm kind of like cutting something out of my terrible diet. This week is soda. I can no longer have soda. Maybe an occasional glass of soda, like on like days I don't stream. Like a Wednesday or a Sunday, and that's it. Just a little bit. But otherwise, like, no, I was drinking way too much. It was like 0 sugar soda. It's still terrible for you. Like, yeah, regular soda has a crap ton of sugar, but at least it's sugar. I've been drinking, like, chemicals that are trying to be sugar. Also a ton of caffeine, which I probably don't need. But this week, no more soda. And I realized yesterday how much of my hydration was coming from soda. A lot. I mean, soda is mostly water. I mean, obviously drinking water is way better, but yesterday I kind of realized like how dehydrated I was because I barely drank any water. Like, oh yeah, I'm not drinking soda.
We do have a ship in orbit. We could bombard them.
Wouldn't do much good. They're moving around deep underground. The only time they come near the surface, and they're right on our position. You bombard them, you take us out too.
Why are you out here in the first place?
There's been a lot of pirate activity in this cluster. We set up a chain of listening posts in the local systems, in case they have a staging base.
They're called Rachni. You get a supply ship in recently?
Yeah, but that was an Alliance ship, Commander. I mean, it was a drone, running on automatics. But what...
Will the Rachni come back?
What we just fought was a probe. Our seismic sensors are picking up a crapload more on their way up from underground. We've got 5 minutes, tops. We might be able to hold them off if we were at peak, but you can see the fighting's busted this place up.
She said 5 minutes, but I beg to differ. The timer says 30 seconds. We'll help.
Do what you can to secure your position. We'll see if we can get some of your defenses operational.
Aye, aye, Commander. You heard the man.
This is one of the only...
Cool
This is one of the very few times you get to interact with, like, other Alliance Marines. I know it can be on the boring side, but I like games like that. Like, I kind of wanted to do missions with Nihilus in the beginning, right? When the first time playing it, I was like, oh, cool. We're going to do, like, a bunch of, like, probably non-story related, like, early filler missions to be evaluated by Nihilus. I kind of want to do that. And then it ended super early and went straight to story. I like stuff like that. Like, for instance, like Final Fantasy VIII. I know people tend not to like it. I like it. But I love the first disc because I call it, I mean, again, I played it back when it was 4 discs, so I'll always say, like, disc 1. But I love the first stuff of, like, going on missions. And it has really not much to do with the story. I mean, it has a little bit to do with it, but I like that kind of stuff.
Scenes and grenades. Take a leak and a drink while you can.
That's
if
why I
anyone
like this
wants to
mission.
smoke, it's as good a time as any.
All right, team, this is what we're going to do. Liara, you're going to stay back here and help and give us cover and backup with your biotic abilities. Rex, you're going to be on the front line with me. Get up here.
Hold the line!
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one. That was a good one. You heard Captain Karahi, who we haven't met yet, but we somehow know. Hold the line.
Go, go, go!
Finally,
Take him down.
some action.
Oh, I missed.
Charging up.
Yep. I'm having to help out Rex a little bit. Well, Rex is dead.
Go, go, go!
I'm gonna have to actually fall back a little bit and let the turrets do some work. Dead. Ow! I might as well get him up. We have Unity. I know I'm not using any abilities. I'm an engineer. I'm literally playing an engineer. I should be using abilities. All my abilities are tech-based, besides, like, you know, a nice shield boost, which is useless in this fight because they go through my shield. Damping. I don't know. I don't think any of these Rachni have biotic abilities. I think some of them do in the cave. Like, these do, like, pitiful damage. I can't assassinate something. I can't do that. Uh-oh. What the? Did anyone catch that? I heard Rex, like, dying over and over again, like, and then he just fell from the sky. Where was he? I kind of want to know what happened there. All clear, huh? There's one right there.
Dead and done.
All right, guys, we...
Ryu!
Okay, a little late for that. Let's use Metagel.
Patching you up.
God, that did nothing. I normally don't put points into the healing stuff because it's just like, whatever. But on this difficulty, like, that did nothing.
Good as new.
Oh, and on XCOM, the Sentinel is going to be like the healing class. In this game, the description of the Sentinel is kind of like the healing class.
We'll hold.
But it never really does anything because anyone can heal. I get what they were trying to do. I do like what they did in 2 and 3 with the Sentinel, though. I love the Sentinel in 2 and 3. They're all about, like, taking off defenses with, like, warp and overload and taking hits for people because they have tech armor. That's kind of my class, honestly. I love Engineer.
I'm on it.
But I kind of really like the Sentinel.
Now it gets fun.
And I never played Sentinel in 2 and 3 until I did it on stream not too long ago. Just because Sentinel in 1 was always just kind of like, eh.
Now I'm ready.
Plus, in the world of Mass Effect, I don't see myself as a biotic. But at least with Sentinel, they're kind of like... They're biotics, but they're like a third biotic. They have like... They're kind of like the Red Mage, basically. They're weaker biotics, and they're weaker tech, and they have some combat. They're literally the Red Mage of the game, which I guess is why I like it. Also, I have my abilities turned off for teammates. I have not had Liara do anything. And she's dead. I guess she never will.
Go, go, go!
I'm kind of just playing this like a soldier. I should probably stop doing that. You know, if I want to live.
Yes!
You're dead. I usually leave the powers on in 2 and 3 because reload, like refresh rates, cooldowns seem to be faster in 2 and 3. Like, look at that. They're only like halfway back. How long has it been? Abilities in this game have kind of a long cooldown. I know your cooldowns in 2 and 3 are way shorter than your teammates usually. Especially in 3 when I only have like one weapon on me. But I feel like they're definitely faster.
You must die.
Oh, you weren't dead. Alright, 3 shots. Without any other damage from anybody else. 3 shots. Already dead. Oh, that wasn't worth it. They were already dead.
Go, go, go!
Oh, hello.
Let's stay down.
Also, you can't map anything. You can only map one ability of yours and none of your teammates. In 2 and 3, you can map 3 of your abilities and 1 of your teammates. You can, well, at least in 3, you can map 1 of your teammates. I don't remember if you could do it in 2. Because again, I think they use abilities fine in 2 and 3. I usually don't have to tell them what to do. In 1, the AI is a little dumber. Ah, we did it.
Area secured.
Holy hell, sir. Talk about a near-run thing. You alright?
So I'm just getting warmed up.
Never mind me. Are you all right?
Still on my feet. But we've been fighting for almost 26 hours straight. None of us will be standing for long.
Ma'am, we're getting a signal from one of the ground scan UAVs. A big hollow space about 500 meters under the surface.
Right. That must be it. That must be where they're coming from. My people aren't in any condition for a clearing operation, though.
Just point us in the right direction.
You don't have to do that, Commander. We've bled them. We can probably hold until a bigger ship arrives to get us off-world. If you want to take a throw at it, we'll give you the coordinates. But it's your call. You saved our asses, Commander. Thanks.
Just like vibrating.
Go, go, go!
All right. Did I loot their stuff? I don't remember if I went in here or not. I guess I didn't. Well, I mean, it's the least they can do for saving, you know, for me saving them. Car issues. Oh. Oh yeah, I have to disconnect the Mako. All right. We are going. Oh crap! Which one is the new one? It's that one. Okay. Nah. I would ask how old your car is, but honestly, sometimes it doesn't matter. I've seen cars that are old be fine, and cars that are only a few years old just be terrible. I feel like the quality, like the quality control, maybe it's gotten better. But I just remember like both my parents going through several cars at one point, like in the mid to late 90s, because they just kept getting like factory like default defective ones. Like my mom had like 3 cars like in the same year. Because they were just like problems with it they couldn't fix. And they were like, well, I guess it was kind of defective. Like, here, let's do this one. Meanwhile, I've had my car for almost 20 years.
Redeploying.
I got my car in 2004. So I've almost had it for 20 years. And it's a 2002. So it's 21 years old. Still going. I mean, one of the tires exploded, like last Thursday. But that's not really technically part of the car. Those are replaced, so that's fine. The cool thing is a lot of the parts, like a lot of like the engine is still the same. Like I haven't had anything super large have to be replaced. Like the transmission, the transmission I think is the same transmission that came with the car. The alternator is different. I had it replaced once, I think. The catalytic converter's been replaced. That was a recall thing. Yep. There was actually a recall of a bunch of cars that were around that same time period, where there was like incorrect programming in something, where it would damage the catalytic converter over time, and I got it done. But that coding was in effect when the car was made. And they didn't issue the recall until like over a decade later. And my catalytic converter went like 2 years after the recall, and they were like, oh yeah, it's going to be expensive to replace. And I was like, wait a minute. Remember that recall you guys did with the coding where it somehow slowly damaged the catalytic converter? That was over 10 years. How can you prove that isn't why it failed? And in the end, they were like, fine. So I got one for free. I mean, hey, they admitted that there was something wrong for a decade that could potentially damage it over time, and I guess it did. It's like I'm not gonna pay full price for that thing. Okay, just immediate death. All right, Rex. It's just you and me. You're shooting a wall. Good job, Rex. Keep it going. Yeah. I mean, his people fought the Rachni. I guess the Rachni aren't the giant bugs. They're the boxes. Good job, Rex. I can see how your people beat the Rachni. Ad break. An ad break's going to start in a minute. At least it tells me now. So I can, if like I'm in the middle of a conversation, I can like stop. See, like I know people try to do like controlled ad breaks where they go on a break for a few minutes and just run ads so it doesn't happen again for a while. But apparently that doesn't work. Like it doesn't work how it's supposed to.
Welcome aboard.
Ah. I don't know why that spooked me so much. Hello, Terry the N7. There's going to be an ad break in about 5 seconds. So. I don't know if it's the same for everybody. Like if someone pops in, like at a different time, is the ad at the same time? I don't know. Maybe. There have been times where I join somebody's stream and there's no ad, and then sometimes there is. So I don't know. Ah. Oh, hey, remember I have abilities, right? Oh, okay, yeah, that's the difference. Yep. Again, supposedly running your own ads fixes that, but for a lot of people I've talked to, it doesn't. Like, supposedly if you run your own ads, like, predetermined, like, ad times, pre-roll ads are done, so if someone joins, they don't get ads immediately. But, I don't think it works. There it is.
I sense trouble.
Here. Ah! Ooh, Rex took that fine. Okay, that missed me good. Ow! I'll shoot you with the tentacle. It's like kind of hitting them. Okay, good. Okay, we're done. Oh, hey, Rex.
All targets eliminated.
All right. Your warranty is still good on your car from 2015? Damn. That seems like a good warranty. When I bought my car that was only 2 years old at the time, back in 2004, the warranty had like nothing, almost nothing left on it. Pretty sure the models were overlapping there. Maybe the Rack Knight could just do that. Level up. Oh, did I level up? Anything alive in there? Not only is the level up option just because leveling up is fun in games, but it's also there just because sometimes I don't notice I leveled up. Like, unlike a lot of games I've played, Mass Effect doesn't have a thing on the screen that says you have a level up. You go in here and you're like, oh, points. Let's max out decryption. And let's work on operative. I really don't care about these. Although, I mean, here, the funny thing is, I'm playing as an engineer, and this game has way more robotic enemies than 2 and 3 does. You think I'd be using AI hacking all the time. I don't even have the ability. I just kind of forget it exists. I'm a terrible engineer in 1. In 2 and 3, I like the abilities and I use them. But for some reason in 1, I just don't use them. Could do operative for more tech protection and cooldown. Yeah, sure. I don't like stasis, but at least it's something that she can do. Unlike 2 and 3, this game has separate cooldowns on everything, so it's nice to have more abilities. Rex, buddy, you have 12 points. Do all that. Do better throw. Oh, I'm 1 point away. 4 years or 80K mileage. I see. So they actually put like their own warranty on it, because no standard car warranty would last that long from 2015. The place I got mine, they didn't put anything on it. They were just like, "Oh yeah, the warranty that came with the car is like you got like an extra like couple thousand miles and then it's over. Here you go." Unfortunately, with car warranties, it's always which one happens first. If the warranty is 4 years or 80K mileage, it's whatever happens first. So if you drive a ton and put 80K on it within like 2 years, it's done. Or if you only have like 20K on it, but if it's been 4 years, it's also done. Just once could we have something that says 4 years or 80K mileage, whichever comes last. Like, oh, that's a good one. I get the point though, at least one way. Like, you know, if the car is like 10 years old, but you barely drive it, they don't want to warranty a car that's going to fall apart just due to age, just because you don't drive it that much. I get that. Yeah. I think part of this was just like, it was only 2 years old at the time, so they, instead of adding one, they just like let us continue the one that came with it, basically. They probably only do like the additional warranty stuff on cars that don't still have the manufacturer one, I guess. Also, the price was decent, because the person who owned my car before smoked, but they only had the car for like a year to a year and a half, and it wasn't that bad. Like within a few weeks of just driving with the windows down, you can't even tell. I'm using a lot of metagel here. All right, you're busy flying, so.
I need a target.
Oh, you're still alive. Oh, you're a new one. I couldn't. They're like hiding in the corpse. Oh, I know what you are. Warp, throw. I really have nothing to do besides assassinate.
And stay down.
But yeah, because the previous owner smoked, the car like price they wanted was like a few thousand lower than the recommended price to sell it.
That's the last of them.
Like there's like I forget the term. There's like two books you can look at. It's like Blue Book and something else. One of them is like the resale price, because they have to make money off of it. That's the business. And one is like the what's it worth right now at cost price. And then you can kind of see like how much they added to it. And the price I paid was like a couple thousand below like what they should have charged. But again, the person obviously smoked, because you could tell. That's an easy way to lower the value of a car. Or anything. Because you get used to it. I mean, I grew up with a parent that smoked, but they smoked outside. But even then, I was still around it sometimes. So I wasn't like as sensitive to it as other people who didn't have that. But I'd imagine someone who smokes, you probably get used to it quite a bit, so you might not even smell it. But like anything you own that you smoke near smells like smoke. That's why my dad smoked outside. Because it's like he's like, I'm not going to ruin like the value of my house and anything in it by having it, be hit by smoke constantly. Like I once ordered a thing off eBay. It was actually when I was back in my my collecting days for Mass Effect stuff. I ordered a special edition of the Mass Effect 2 strategy guide. And it had plastic on it. It was supposed to be sealed. But part of it was ripped, like the seal was ripped a little bit. And when I got it, I took it out of the bag and I was like, whoa, what is that smell? It was immediate. There was like no delay. I opened up the envelope thing and it was just like, it was menthol cigarettes. It was menthol smoke, which is incredibly strong. And I messaged them back like, did this come from like a smoking household? And they were like, Yeah, I was like, yeah, I can tell. Like, I can smell this thing across the room.
Hostile contact.
Should have asked for a full refund, but they took off, like, a third of the price because of that. And I'm sure, I still have it. I'm sure by now it doesn't smell anymore, but it's paper. So, paper's pretty absorbent. Ah. Rex, you blocked my last shot. Records of the Rachni War suggest brood warriors, the male-gendered Rachni, only fight when a hive is severely pressed. It's safe to say you've eliminated the Rachni on Nepmos. It's just the last little thing hit me. What if that... Oh, there's one left. Now, what if that killed me? What if I wasn't paying attention and I had low health and I just walked in and died?
Area secured.
All right. Also, I mentioned I got lucky on my car because of the price. I also got lucky on it because it still works. Again, when you get a used car, or even a new car, it's kind of like a dice roll. There are times, there are people I know that got a new car that had problems with it like a couple times a year, every year until they got rid of it. It was just like, it just wasn't a good car. It just constantly had problems. How am I lost? There's only 2 ways to go. What am I doing? But this one, I've never really had a huge problem with it. And I almost didn't even see it. We went to a couple, like, motor mile, basically, the part of town where it's just, like, a bunch of car places back to back to back, like, just down a straight line. And we were like, looking at a few, and I almost didn't see it. Like, I test drove one, which that car sucked. That car, I test drove a car, it felt terrible. Like, it didn't feel smooth. Like, the steering wheel felt like I had to turn it like 50 times to turn. It just had like no sensitivity to it. It was just, the inside was just like as standard as you can get, and they wanted like $8K for it for use, and I was like, ugh. Like, this is not great. And then I saw a car that was only marked like $2,000 higher, and it was like 3 years newer and way nicer looking and drove better. And I was like, hey. You know, it's that moment where, like, when you get like your first car, or like your first like newer car, and you see it and you're like, yes, that one. I kind of had that moment. I was like, yes, that one. I want that one. It's still falling apart, like, in little pieces. Like, the sealant that kind of, like, is, like, around, like, like, this sealant you have that's, like, around, like, the windshield and the back window and the window. Like, that's been cracking off for years. I'll probably eventually have to have that redone before the thing just falls off. Just several, like, I'm trying to think, like, the, on the back, like, the make and model of, like, you know how they put, like, a little symbol, and you have like the model of the car like in raised lettering that's like glued on there. Those letters have like all fallen off over time. I hit land. Oopsie. Commander, are you sure you want to land on the same planet? Yes. Oops. My car actually does have several golf ball dings in it. My very first job in high school. My very first official job, let me say that. My very first official job in high school when I was 16 and could drive was a rec center. And it was right next to a golf course. It was like next to like hole 16 or something. And there was a net there. But if you hit it over the net, which was not that hard to do, I could park my car in the parking lot and be walking to the door and just see a golf ball hit like 10 feet in front of me as I'm walking, and be like, okay, well, that happened quite a bit actually. I'm amazed none of us ever got hit by one. Our cars did. I have a golf ball dent on the top of my car. I have a couple in the side when it like just kind of like hit from the side, like bouncing. One of the guys I worked with had his back window smashed out by one, and they wouldn't cover it because it was like, yeah, we're not liable for it. There's one more mission I can do. I believe it's in the Argos Row Cluster. I don't remember where that is. Ah, there it is. I mean, it's the same thing if you work like at any store that has a big parking lot. You get dings in your car from people just opening up their door and just not paying attention. That's why I would never want a new car. I would never want a new car because I'd constantly be afraid that it's going to like get dinged or something. I bought this car used. It already had a few issues, like little issues. So when I got a golf ball dent, I was like, annoying, but it's not that bad. All right, time to read some planets.
Willow is a terrestrial planet, only known from scan data picked up by unmanned probes. Though over 76 AU from the blue giant Gorgon, temperatures in Wowo's orbit are still dangerously high. Only ships with very powerful heat-radiating systems can venture that deep into the system. Fortunately, Wowo is not a terribly interesting world. It has a thin atmosphere of nitrogen and methane, and the scorching surface is mainly composed of alumina with deposits of platinum. The world is tidally locked to Gorgon, leaving the sunward side scorched and irradiated wasteland, and the dark side a frigid and ice crusted. Sure. Vectra is a typical hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of methane and sodium in its atmosphere. The heat of the star Gorgon is slowly blasting away the gas giant's massive atmosphere, which is visible as a long, dim trail that trails behind the planet. Tail. Close enough. Cameron is a terrestrial world with a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and argon. The surface is scorching hot, and likely composed of iron with deposits of nickel. Like Wuo, Cameron is tidally locked to the blue giant forever, looking into the face of the Gorgon. A standard hydrogen-helium gas giant, the methane Charblu's atmosphere gives it an azure hue. The Asari crew who initially surveyed the system during Earth's 17th century named Charblu after a then-popular soprano. The singer was renowned for her unusual skin tone, which was quite similar to that of the planet. Orbiting at an unbelievable distance of 710 AU, over 66 billion kilometers, from Gorgon, Slekken is a huge gas giant with an atmosphere tainted by methane and chlorine.
When it mentioned like a singer who was blue, all I could think of was the Fifth Element. You know, if you had asked me the question, name your favorite sci-fi movie that's not part of a series, like a trilogy, it didn't get a sequel, Fifth Element's a good pick. I mean, what else is there? You have like Star Trek movies, Star Wars movies. Technically, there's multiple Stargate movies. I'm trying to think, like what's like a good standalone sci-fi movie? Fifth Element might be it. It was also one of those movies that came on TV a lot. When I was in high school, we had like HBO and stuff like that. We still had cable was still the only thing really back then. Either that or satellite, kind of the same thing. And it would come on all the time. And I never saw the first 15 minutes until years later. I always missed like the first couple, like 15, 20 minutes. Unidentified space facility. Space station appears to have been assembled from used off-the-shelf civilian ship modules of diverse origins. There are no obvious hull markings, and it is not broadcasting any ID signal. We don't know what we're walking into, but we know it's Rachni related. Rex, again, he's a warrior who has biotics, which is good against them, and I'll also bring Caden. For some reason. I mean, he has biotics. So this is probably going to be a little more like close combat. I shall use my pistol. You know, the pistol that I probably haven't messed with for a while. And I don't know how good it is. Let's check. Been a little while since I messed with my equipment. We have high explosive rounds, sledgehammer rounds. Snowblind rounds aren't terrible. The main reason why I like these is not the plus damage. It, like, what it does to the target, I believe it lowers the target's accuracy, right? Yeah. Which probably isn't that great. But I like the fact that it slows down your rate of fire. So it makes it so you can't just, like, spam the button and overheat your weapon constantly. But for a pistol... High explosive rounds are kind of fun. Although on a pistol, I don't think it's that good. I will go... I'll go with Snowblind round. Snowblind rounds.
This is coming in handy.
Oh. Dreadwolf, hello. And thank you for the 10 war assets. How you doing? Okay. That's fine. Wow, hold on. No. I want the frictionless material to be on the sniper rifle. I love frictionless material. Oh, I was a little, yeah. I was wondering a little bit. I don't know. Some people I know that stream late sometimes don't have mics. They just kind of play and do whatever. I should have mentioned something. Like back, like I get that. Like I with my 2 monitors, this is something I've been doing for a while now, just because of that. I have my OBS up so I can see the levels going up when I talk. When I first started streaming, though, I only had 1 monitor, so I had issues all the time. So yes, if you notice an issue with a streamer, say something. If you're not hearing them talk, but they're doing stuff, say something. Like, hey, are you muted? Or no mic today? Say something. I didn't think. I guess I didn't think to because it was late at night. Like I know someone who streams where after a couple hours, their audio will get kind of crunchy. Whether it's like their Spotify audio or the game audio. And I'll mention it every time because I'm sure as a streamer, it's like you'd rather someone mention it and fix it than no one say anything. And it's like, oh, my audio has been messed up for like an hour. Ah, okay. Yes, I saw that. Also, I had just gotten done streaming, so I went to get food. That's probably what did it too. That's the first, like, when I get done streaming, it's just like food. A little less protection for a little more shields and tech protection. Oh, I can't equip that. What does this look like? It's the same exact thing, I guess. And it's fine. Okay. What am I doing? Sorry, my brain stopped working. Sniper rifle. Ooh. The heat sink is so close to the one I have. It's considered worse, but it's still 3. Ooh. Ooh, that's a good one. I still have shredder rounds on, which was actually good because I've been fighting Rachni. That's actually, I kind of actually accidentally did something smart. But we're getting into the part of the game where after this, well, we are going to Feros, which has a lot of Geth, and then organic stuff. So for now, I will throw on the snowblind rounds, and I will also throw on one of the heat sinks. I already have heat sink 8, but I can also put another heat sink 8. This thing is like never going to overheat, and I love it. Let's take a look. It's overheating ever so slightly. Now, if I were to take the snowblind rounds off so I can do more damage, because again, the utility of snowblind is not that great because it's just negative accuracy, which who knows if that even works right. Wait, why do I have? Oh, it's just the one. Never mind. I only have one in. For some reason, I thought I had 2. This does make my heat absorption worse. It's also only a 5. Why don't I have good things for my weapons? I guess I need to get some more loot. I will go with stabilization instead. I don't want my heat absorption to be worse. But I will also go with different bullets. Honestly, there's not that many good options, though. Sledgehammer's kind of funny. You know, Sledgehammer's kind of funny. You basically just knock people down. Also, if you don't use... Like, this is how I use the sniper rifle in Mass Effect 1. I mentioned before the Mass Effect 1 sniper rifle was kind of bad. Because it was just hard to control. But the one thing I did do with it, I turned it into an explosive. I would put explosive rounds, which would immediately overheat the weapon. But I would shoot it near people, and they would just go flying. That was how I used it.
That overheats pretty fast. Still, though, it's not bad. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, that's fine. 12 is fine. Plus the humor that comes from just knocking people over. Oh, I'm an evil potato. Okay. I'm an evil potato. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as evil potato. Any way you make potatoes good. Oh, Tally's here. Tally just flew in. And boy are her arms tucking. I'm gonna use...
Pistol, though. I know I just spent time making the sniper rifle funny, but this is close range, so... Pistol probably better. God, it takes so long to kill things with this. Ah! You just spawned... That was weird. We're not going to question it. We have a shotgun, a sniper rifle, Okay. Okay. I don't know. I do kind of miss the loot. Maybe go somewhere in between 1 and 2, where 2 and 3 have set weapons and that's it, but 1 has kind of too many. I miss the loot. I miss the drops. I don't miss having to do inventory management like every hour, because you get so much stuff. Maybe tone the stuff down a little bit. Seems I'm bad at mazes. Is that surprising? Alright, so all the way to the right is the way to go. Got it. This looks like a trap. See how you can just run ahead? I'm betting there's something like in these little areas here. Ah. Okay, fine, there's not. Is there nothing in here? There was one Rachni with a couple exploder guys, and that's it? Wow, okay. Wait, Phoenix armor. That means I can match my teammates. How not good is it? Ugh. It is not arguably worse. Like, you can't make the argument this is just as good if it's worse. Nah. Look, aesthetics are nice, but living is also nice. You got to balance that, living and looking good. This game doesn't have glamour like Final Fantasy XIV. You can't look good and live. Sometimes it's one or the other. Gonna save the game just in case. I do have a bunch of mods installed, so sometimes games just break. It happens. Like XCOM, I am thinking of a backup game for the anniversary week because XCOM could easily just get to a point halfway through the game and just break, and I can't fix it. Because XCOM is dumb. XCOM is weird in that any game I've ever played, I mean, I haven't played that many PC games, but any PC game I've ever played where you mess with the config files, like go in and just like change a number, like, oh, this is where your money is stored. Let me put a couple zeros on that. It puts it in the game after the fact because the game reads from it. In XCOM, it doesn't do that. All the data in the config files for XCOM 2 is like somehow set in the save file when you start the game. Because I've made changes to the config files before and reloaded the game, and it didn't have them. It didn't have the changes. But when I did a new game, it did. So if there's ever a mistake in XCOM, like halfway, like hours into the game, you're going to have to reset. Because turning off a mod tends to break something. You're probably going to have to turn off the mod and then start a new game. So it might happen. So I need to prep a backup game. I was thinking maybe a good backup game, a potential possibility, could be Pokemon Emerald Rogue. I still need to do a doubles playthrough. I hate doubles, but I could try. Never been a doubles player.
Personal data recorder for Major Elena Flores.
Play the first entry.
Sigma 23 is almost fully operational. The barracks and storage lockers are complete, and we've begun stocking the munitions. It's highly unlikely the Alliance will patrol in the nebula. I expect our only risk will be from pirates, and who'll believe them? Looks like we'll have space for 2 reinforced platoons of Cerberus commandos.
Cerberus. Damn, we should have known.
So this moment right here of listening to logs while just standing here gives me definite KOTOR vibes. This is a KOTOR moment. This just reminds me of all the times where it's like you stand there and listen to logs. It reminds me of the beginning of KOTOR 2 more than anything. I mean, it's the same company, so. I mean, yes, Obsidian made KOTOR 2, but a lot of the stuff was already established by BioWare in KOTOR 1, so. It's kind of like a BioWare / Obsidian game at that point. 2.
Play the second entry.
The package arrived today for field testing. I'm told they're fundamentally similar to the units being developed on Novaria. They promise this batch will be stable. Something about them developing in proximity to the master control unit. We detected some pirates setting up an anchorage in a neighboring system. I think we'll try deploying them there first.
Play the last entry.
They've escaped containment. Clever bastards. We treated them like animals. We should have treated them like POWs. They're spreading. Boarding the supply ships and sending them to random destinations. They'll be all over the cluster in a week. General, if you recover this message, my advice is, screw the Rachni. They're too smart. Use one of the other projects. Flores, signing off. For the final time.
This is a familiar story. A failed experiment with the Rachni. Nice to see humans are consistently stupid.
Hey. Some are, yes. All right.
Let's go.
The escaped Rachni definitely came from this station, though the motives behind the Cerberus group are vague. Are they? To prevent further contamination, arm the station's scuttle charges and evacuate to the Normandy. Well, let's do it. Only a minute? Oh no, there's so many things to fight and I have a minute to get out of here. It made Rex do a little hop. I like how the explosion made Rex just like jump a foot in the air, but for Caden it killed him. I mean, human Krogan. That might be the last of the enemies. We need to get out of here. Yes, I have plenty of time to do this. Luckily, this game goes into turn-based mode when you're doing stuff like this. Yeah. Am I going the right way? We did it. Those were all 3 missions that are unlocked by completing Novaria, so now we can go to Feros. I might want to check with my teammates, but we only did 3 side missions. I can wait until I finish Feros. That might trigger, like, big conversations. Actually, I think we're done with most people. Rex, told his last story. Like, we've been talking with them a lot. I think all that's missing is just potential lines after main missions. Oh, we have to do Bringing Down the Sky, too. I forgot about that. Bringing Down the Sky is good. For a very first DLC, it's not bad. And I think it's only BioWare's second DLC ever. People might not know this. KOTOR had DLC. Original KOTOR on the Xbox had DLC. It was the Yavin Station. KOTOR 2 didn't have any. And then there was this, which had Bringing Down the Sky. Did any other BioWare game have DLC after KOTOR? What was like Jade Empire? Neverwinter Nights, I think, was before KOTOR. Or it was in between 1 and 2, I don't remember. I never played it. I think I already read these planets. No, I did not. Well, time to read.
Tital is shrouded by a high-pressure atmosphere composed of carbon dioxide and sulfuric acids. The surface is composed of geologically young plains of volcanic basalt and rhyolites, with high concentrations of carbon and radioactives. The planet is rapidly volcanic. A dozen supervolcanoes, 50 to 120 kilometers wide, are erupting across the planet. Carbon dioxide, carbon content, and constant volcanism make natural diamonds plentiful, if extremely costly and dangerous to recover. The Exogeny Corporation has founded a pilot colony on Feros to explore the Prothean ruins that blanket 2/3 of the planet's landmass. The atmosphere is fouled with dust. What a short sentence. Terrestrial travel is hampered by crumpled debris dozens of meters deep. There are indications that Feros was a much colder world than the past. Feros has 2 large moons, Orkin the Father and Verdant. Showering is a strange standard hydrogen-helium gas giant. The atmosphere contains traces of ammonia, methane, and surprisingly large amounts of water vapor, making the atmosphere a striking mix of browns, blues, and whites. Of Showering's 60-odd moons, 2 have diameters of over 3,000 kilometers. Both have signs of former Prothean development, suggesting Showering may have been mined for helium-3. Prothean data disk. Quanta's frozen surface is rich with heavy metals, and the planet's higher-than-average density suggests further mineral richness in the depths. The atmosphere is composed of nitrogen and carbon monoxide. The remains of a well-developed Prothean mining infrastructure dot the planet. Abandoned mines are connected to dead cities by collapsed maglev lines. Unlike the crumbling skyscrapers of Feros, Quana's ruins are reasonably intact. Unfortunately, this only made it easier for looters to strip the silent necropoli of anything available. Metal. Logan is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant. The survey team who charted the system 20 years ago reported many strange disturbances in Logan's cloud bands, suggesting many remarkably large solid objects were present beneath the cloud tops. As the ships approached, however, they subsided one by one. These disturbances have not been reported again. Ooh, spooky.
Space spooky. Alright, to Feros. I think I like Noveria a little better in terms of a story planet, but Feros is still fun. Plenty of Geth to fight. I have shields, so Geth are actually less of a threat to me than Rachni are. I need to switch all my weapons to anti-synthetic rounds. Even if they're not ranked that high, they'll still be better. I could buy them. I never buy things in Mass Effect. Oh, one of the I should mention this about the money. One of my least favorite changes to 3 in this version of the game. They took all the DLC weapons, all the N7 DLC weapons, and now they made you have to purchase them. Like the other 3 N7 weapons you had to purchase, like the Black Widow and the Paladin and whatever the shotgun was. So in a playthrough, you're lucky to get like 2 of them. I don't like that. In 2, they took all the DLC weapons and scattered them throughout the world, so most of them are free. And the ones you do have to buy in stores now are not nearly as expensive. I really don't like what they did. So generally, what I do in 3 is I cheat and give myself like maxed out money just so I can buy all the weapons, so I can have a nice diverse like amount of weapons. Not just like to cheat to make the game easier, because if that's the case, I would just buy the Typhoon. Like legitimately. The way I like to roleplay it is in Mass Effect 1, I never buy anything. So I tend to get maxed out money. And then in 2, you barely get like any of it back. But I joke that my money's tied up in an account because I'm dead. And when Shepard's brought back to life, they can't like confirm you're the same Shepard because bureaucracy. Or they haven't gotten around to it. So I joke that like in Mass Effect 3, it's like, oh, we can't help you against the Reapers, Shepard. We're too busy. But we can cut through the red tape and get you all your money back so you can buy stuff. That's kind of how I do it. That does mean I really shouldn't buy anything in this game. Like, I need to get to max money to make it kind of fair. Oh, I only have one thing installed. Let's do damage protection overall. And I don't care about the mobile accuracy. And just do more protection. And actually, that reminds me. Something I should do. Because I don't think I think I might have done this after Noveria. Maybe. And that is outfit my team. If I did do this after Noveria, this will not take long. So I already did me. I have the best sniper rifle I can have right now, with good stuff in it. Except for the bullets, let me replace those with what are my best anti-Geth bullets? Not great. There's 7s, that's not bad. I will sell stuff, but I need to remember. Basically, now that we're getting like level 8 and 9 stuff, mostly just level 8, I am going to keep all the 7s and 8s in case I want to switch some stuff out. Anything below 7, gone. So we have our sniper rifle, we have our pistol. I will also put this in. I will also put some tungsten rounds in here. I only have one left. If that's the case, maybe I don't want to do that. I'm mainly going to be using my sniper rifle. I don't want to hoard all the tungsten rounds for myself. I want to give them to my teammates. Yeah, I'll do, I'll do Incendiary just for, like, damage over time. That's fine. And as far as my Omni tool goes, I did sell those, I guess. I never use this, but I might as well take a look. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Liara? Did my game just crash? Cool. I love it. PC gaming. My game is not responsive. When's the last time it saved? I'm gonna be sad, aren't I? Let me see what. Yeah, it's not responding. This game does autosave. I just have to hope that it autosave properly. I don't know why it crashed there. I have no mods installed in 1 that would interfere with, like, putting items on people. Also, I used Liara already, so I don't know why that would have broken something. Boy, I can't wait to see how that broke. That's a good sign. Yeah, that's a good sign. Yeah. All I have to do is just outfit myself again, which all I did was go to my sniper rifle and put in tungsten. My pistol can have incendiary. That was it. Bum 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 bum. This in XCOM 2 with the mods, this plays when you're on the ship, like in your base, just messing with stuff. Okay. The Reapers got us once. Let's see what happens this time. There it is. So, you only use a pistol. Simple enough. Sure. We're gonna give you... I only have 1 tungsten round, and I need to save it for, like, my heavier hitter that I bring with me. Like, if I bring... I'll bring Garrus. I haven't brought Garrus in a bit. Garrus will get the tungsten rounds in one of his main weapons. Which means I need options for the rest of my teammates, in case I bring them. Now, usually your teammates' guns don't overheat. So what happens if you give them high explosives? I'm gonna do that. And I got rid of my stuff. We have barely anything left. Yeah, I must have gotten rid of my stuff after Novaria. Sure. And I don't want to waste everything in there. And empty? I need more stuff. And armor. Ooh. That's what I was wearing, I think. That's fine. I do like better cooldown. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, that was Rex. Close enough. Rex uses assault rifles. I have... Wow. Look at how many of these things I have. And they're the best thing I have. Wow, okay. Everyone who uses assault rifles can just have these. I'll give you sledgehammer rounds because it's probably funny. And I'm not going to give you any of these just because I don't have a lot of them. Armor. Ooh. That's a lot better. As much as I like Rex and the Phoenix armor, this is so much better. And we'll give you overall damage protection. And also... Sure. Tally. Tally mostly uses a pistol. I say mostly uses a pistol. I'm playing on Insane, so I put a lot of points in defensive options. So I only went with like one weapon per person. Much as I love Tally can use a shotgun, I had her use a pistol because that's just the default thing. I'm also going to give her high explosive because it's probably funny. And sure, it's an old one, so why not? Coordinating armor is kind of hard to find. Yep, that's all I got. Bum 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 bum. That's fine. Garrus. Garrus also uses... I'm pretty sure I have Garrus using an assault rifle. I can't see him in here. Because again, it's just like the basic weapon. Which means I'm giving him one of these. The heat sink and the accuracy doesn't matter for teammates in this game, I don't think. I think it's just the damage. So I guess I'm keeping this. You will be given tungsten rounds. I also give him a backup sniper just in case. I might start putting points in his sniper rifle. And I'll give him snow blind, I guess. Ooh, hello. Oh, wait a minute. Is that is that Nihilus? Is that Nihilus gear? That looks a lot like Nihilus' stuff, doesn't it? Sure. Shields, even though it's outdated as a 7. I mean, I don't have that many 8s. I just have these. You can keep that. And sure. Caden. Caden, you get a good pistol, and that's it. Do polonium. He has a high caliber barrel 2. I mean, it gives damage, which is kind of all that matters for AI teammates, so have it. Better version of the Phoenix armor. And Ashley, who also gets one of these better assault rifles. With polonium. And that. I mean, her main thing is damage from guns, so I'll give her that. Nope, that's still the best armor. I'm not going to sell anything, because I think I already did. That's why we had so few options. After Feros, though, we will definitely be going through stuff. I'm going to talk to Ashley. I'm trying to do Ashley's romance. I mentioned this a while ago, because it's been a while, but my very first playthrough of Mass Effect, I romanced Ashley, and then in 2, I romanced Tally, and then in 3, Tally. Before 3 came out, I played through 1 and 2 again, for fun. And I did all the same choices, except for I didn't romance anybody in 1. And then Tally, and then Tally. I've romanced a lot of people in this game just because it's content. It's fun to see new stuff. But one thing I've never done is romance 2 people. And then see like the awkward conversations in the next game. And then potentially in the next game. So I'm thinking like this is like a what if situation. What if I had not retconned the Ashley romance out of 1?
Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
You mean the Rachni, right? They were dangerous, Skipper.
Yeah.
Just looking forward to it.
It's the same stuff. Now we're going to Feros. Now, the Mass Effect 1 mod for the diversification mod does not do anything on Feros. It's a human colony. It shouldn't. It only does stuff on the Citadel and Novaria. The one for 2 only does something on Omega, because it's like the only hub area. I know the Citadel's there too, but I think it only works on Omega. All right, we're bringing Garrus because it's been a while. And I kind of want to bring Ashley, just because I haven't used her in a while either. Yeah, they're the two we haven't used yet today, so. Also, Classic Squad. If you've watched the earlier videos of Mass Effect before it came out, those are the two teammates you saw.
Atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Actually, you saw, like, proto-Ashley and Garrus, but close enough. It was on Theorem, too. That was when they were kind of, like, a little closer to what they are now. I remember that conversation.
We saw your ship. Fidan wants to speak with you immediately.
Who?
Who's Fidan?
He's our leader. He needs your help to prepare for the Geth. They're making another push. Please, up the stairs past the freighter.
Hostile spot.
Goodbye. Not only is the sniper rifle too good because they got rid of the sway, it also knocks people down. You don't even need the what are they called, the hammerhead rounds or whatever, the sledgehammer, whatever they're called in this, to knock them down. A couple shots with a sniper rifle and they get knocked down automatically, like that. Well, that one died, but like it's even better because of that. Hello. Ah, man, I'm glad these guys are not in 2 and 3. They're just annoying. All right, enough of you. This is where I should use my tech abilities, because they actually work.
We got them all, Shepard.
I have Overload mapped, I think. I'm going to map Shield Boost. That was a grenade. Okay, yeah, you tap it.
Perimeter secure.
Tunnels. Make sure they're secure.
But what if I find Geth there?
Are you...
We don't die of thirst. The Geth will surely kill us all.
How is a woman supposed to think with guns going off all around?
I fear the Geth will kill us all.
Random Solarian here.
But I don't know how to use a gun.
Beat them with the end of it if you have to.
We're gonna go talk to the man with all the answers.
Huh, Commander. I'm glad they finally sent somebody to help us.
You're a bit late, aren't you?
Arcelia. Sorry, Commander. Everyone's on edge since...
Watch out! We've got Geth in the tower!
Protect the heart of the colony!
Let's get him.
Hostile spotted.
I can see your foot. All right. So I believe my first time through this game...
Please, don't let me die!
Yeah, well. I think I did miss some stuff in Feros. Ow. Like, I think I missed... I did the 3 things, like turn on the water, kill the Varen, and...
Bring it on.
Power. The power cells. But I think I missed something. Like taking out the Geth transmitter. I think I didn't do that. Oh. Thank you for the lurk mist. Also ad break in about a minute. One of the few downsides to using controller. I can't change the sensitivity. So when I know an enemy's somewhere, I can't move as fast as a mouse. Or I can't up the sensitivity on the aiming. There might be a mod that can. Maybe like a third-party program. Level up. Nope. Yeah, it's hard to track enemies because I just can't move fast enough. That's why when I play Overwatch, I hate playing against Genji, because since I use a controller,
so, are we ready
I
to
can't
roll out to wherever the Geth are bunkered?
track him
Check
fast
in with
enough.
Fidan, but I think we're done here.
He just jumps up and down over me, and like by the time I turn around, I'm dead. All right, I'm kind of stuck up here. Can I move, please? All right. So we did that. Sometimes I actually do forget where the Geth transmitter is. Like, I think it's just further in there. As many times as I've played this game, there are little details that I just don't remember. But if I play the game without really thinking, I'll find them. It's like controls. I could play a game forever, and if you ask me the controls, I might not be able to tell you. But give me the controller, and I'm fine. There's the ad break. Let's see here. I'll do a quick level up during the ad break so we don't miss any dialogue. I'll start putting points in hacking. Ashley, combat armor, assault training. I could give her sniper rifles. She could be the second sniper rifle user. But Garrus is also going to do sniper rifles, because once I get done with assault rifle training, I really don't care about first aid. I don't know why I put points into it. But I have to go this far to unlock shotguns. But no one else uses a shotgun. Actually, no one uses a shotgun. I'll do that. I'll actually be a shotgun user. I know I just gave her an assault rifle, but... first aid. Garrus. Do I do assault training or do sniper rifle? This is better for survival, although this is just weapon damage. For some reason, I thought this was also defensive. Yeah, I'll start doing it. Why not? Which means I need to give Ashley a good shotgun right now. I should have several since no one is using them. That is the best one. Sledgehammer rounds, because I think it's funny when they fall down. It might not even work with AI, I don't know. And I have no weapon upgrades. Since she's using a sniper rifle, that does not... I don't know why I have that on there. And then go back to the... Stop. Go back to the shotgun. At least I have that on. Oh, that's the Claymore, isn't it? Oh, I have a mod where all the weapons are weapons from like 2 and 3. I think that's the Claymore. Yeah. That is the... Why am I on shotgun? That's the Scimitar, I think, but I'm on shotgun. He's using the Avenger, which is probably the... Oh. That's the Argus, I think. Weird. Why not just use the Avenger? It's called the Avenger. Oh, no. That's... Never mind. That's the Kovalov. Okay. And I am using a sniper rifle that's the Volkov, which is the Viper. Cool. I'm not going to have Garrus use a sniper rifle yet, because he's not done with it. So continue to... I don't know why he has a pistol out. Okay.
The tower's secure. Thanks to you, Commander.
I'm just glad your colony is safe.
I appreciate your concern and your efforts against the Geth.
They may have been slowed, but they'll be back. They always come back.
What do they want?
If you want answers, go ask them yourselves.
We don't know what they're after. They came, they attacked us, that's all we know. Their main base is at the ExoGeni headquarters. A good place to start looking if you want answers.
What's ExoGeni?
It's the company most of us work for before the attacks. They fund this colony. The Skyway leads directly to ExoGeni headquarters. You can't miss it.
Of course, there's an army of Geth between here and there.
I didn't expect this would be easy.
Then maybe I can get this colony operational again.
What can you tell me about the defenses the Geth have set up?
I don't have any details, but I'll wager it's a lot more fortified than the command post.
They landed at least one Geth ship at ExoGeni, and I've seen large walking tanks on the Skyway. Expect a hard fight.
What do you need done to get this place back on its feet?
We need those Geth destroyed.
Arcelia's right. There are still Geth in the tunnels. We also have more mundane problems like food, water, and power. I'm not sure where we stand on those matters. You should talk to the people overseeing them.
Is there anything I can do to solve your water shortage?
Maka Doyle has been assigned to that particular issue. If you have any insight to offer, please speak with her.
You mentioned something about a food shortage.
Davin Reynolds is tasked with securing food for the immediate future. If you can assist, please speak with him.
Do you have information about Geth in the lower tunnels?
Nothing new. They're in the tunnel somewhere, likely guarding a transmitter to coordinate attacks. It's not a critical threat right now, but getting rid of that transmitter will help us defend against further attacks.
What's wrong with the colony's power supply?
May O'Connell is working on our power problems. She'd know more about it than I do.
Let's talk about Zeus, Hope, and Feros in general.
Of course, Commander.
Tell me about your colony.
Life is hard and often brutal, even without our current problems. Colonial affairs back on Earth told us we'd be beneath the notice of any raiders. I guess they weren't counting on the Geth. But, despite everything, there's something tranquil about this place, unlike anything I've experienced before.
How big was the original Feros colony?
We were nearly 1,000 at the main site, 200 more at my outpost. When the first wave obliterated our defenses, we fell back to Zeus Hope.
The Normandy isn't huge, but we could airlift you out.
The Geth fighters are too dangerous, and I won't be driven off this world. It is our home. There's a chance for growth here that's simply not available on other worlds.
What else can you tell me about ExoGeni?
ExoGeni funded this colony. Without them, we wouldn't be stuck here.
They specialize in colonization. In return for bankrolling the colony, we work for them. Their main goal is the retrieval of valuable artifacts or resources.
Except there isn't anything here. Or if there is, we didn't find it.
I wonder if that's what the Geth are looking for.
Perhaps. As she said, we never found anything of value.
Of course, the Geth could know something we don't.
I'll talk to you when I learn more.
Good luck, Commander.
All right. Oh, big stretch. All right.
I'm grateful for what you've done, but your heroics don't impress me, Commander.
Tell me more about yourself, Arcelia.
I'm a rent-a-cop. I was hired to keep kids from writing graffiti on the walls at ExoGeni. Then all this happened. I wasn't trained for this. I didn't ask for it. I just wanted to end.
What can you tell me about the Geth? Do you have any idea what they might be after?
I can't tell you anything about that. I suggest you go to ExoGeni if you want answers to those questions.
I get the feeling you don't like me.
How would you feel if you were hung out to dry by every government organization that ever promised to keep you safe? They should have sent a small fleet. Instead, we get one ship. And you're only interested in the Geth.
Yeah, they didn't send us to save you. They sent us because Geth here. That's kind of sad.
Tell me about Zeus Hope.
I can't tell you much about it. You should speak to Fidan if you want to know more.
Oh, it's the beginning of Talk to Fidan.
What can you tell me about ExoGeni?
Very little. I work there as a security officer. I know they were looking for artifacts and anything of value. That's what they do. They fund the colony. In return, we help them uncover buried treasure. It's definitely not as exciting as they make it sound.
This voice sounds familiar. Like, it's reminding me of another character in the game that sounds a little different, but it's like I can hear the similarity, but I can't quite place it.
Goodbye.
Commander.
All right, let's go talk to the people that are doing the food and the water and the power. Also, I believe my first time through Mass Effect, I missed this room.
Just relax. You'll have to forgive my wife. Calantha's not in her right mind. She just needs to relax and accept what's happened.
What do you do for the colony?
I'm a medic. Or I am since the doctor died. I've tried my best since she was killed.
Do you know anything about this planet?
Just what I was told by Colonial Affairs. It's a little different from what they claimed. It's not all bad, though. When the Geth are gone, we'll have a chance to create something even more spectacular than before.
What happened to your wife?
The constant attacks have strained us all. She'll adapt. We all have.
Is there anything I can do for her?
No, she just needs time. Time to absorb everything. We'll be fine.
Tell me about the colony.
I can't tell you much about that. You'd best ask Fidan if you really must know.
You should ask Fidan.
Why can't you tell me? I just want to know about the colony.
Fidan is our leader. Who better to answer questions about the colony?
I have to go.
So,
please do what you can to stop the attacks.
If anyone here's played through the Mass Effect series and the DLC, remember Leviathan? When you go to like the first area and everyone's like being really creepy and talking, and it's like obvious something is wrong. I kind of like this better because it's subtle. Like sometimes people just act a little weird. They speak in a weird way. They're like that they're holding something back. It's there. Like after you know that what's happening here, you can kind of see it. But the stuff in Leviathan was just like over the top, just like obviously something's not right here.
Hello, Off-Worlder. I'm glad that we aren't totally forgotten by the rest of the galaxy.
Dear, please try to rest. You're not ready to speak.
But they should know... I mean, they are very important. Yes. That's better.
Uh-huh.
Is there anything I can do for you?
I'm fine. I just need to try to think clearly. It's just a lingering pain from the last attack. I'll be fine.
I can't see any significant damage, but something is clearly causing her pain.
Please, just let her rest. She just needs rest.
Also, again, I have to ask, is she related to Helena Blake? Helena Blake? Calantha Blake? Even her model, like, kind of looks similar, just like a little younger. Maybe younger sister? Nothing there, nothing there. All right, how's the food situation?
You're the one who repelled that last wave. They'll be back. And if the Geth don't kill us, we'll die of hunger soon enough.
Are you doing anything to remedy the situation?
I need to boost rations with Varen meat, but it's too dangerous. The Alpha Varen, he's huge and he's mad. Rabid, maybe. Totally uncontrollable. I can't do anything until he's dead.
I have a ship. I could bring in supplies from off-world.
I'd rather you concentrated on the Geth. Food won't help us if they breach our defenses.
Tell me about Zoo's Hope.
The colony is growing. Or it was. But you should speak with Fidan. He is our leader.
Why should I speak to Fidan? Why can't you tell me?
I don't want to talk about that right now. Speak with Fidan.
Tell me about yourself.
What's to tell? I came here with my wife Greta, looking for adventure, a new life together. This isn't exactly what we signed up for. Of course, it would be much better without the Geth. We were really starting to enjoy the colony before they came.
Tell me about hunting Varen.
Hunting them is impossible while fending off the Geth. On the positive side, they'll attack anything, even those damn synthetics. The big Alpha Varen is the real problem. He's mad, erratic, completely unpredictable.
I have to go.
So long, Commander.
Okay, so we'll fix your food situation. I remember that one. All you have to do is just kill the big Varen. Simple enough.
Commander, I was told to make my supplies available to you if you wish.
What can you tell me about Zoo's Hope?
A fascinating place by all accounts, though the Geth have made it treacherous. You might like it here too if you gave it a chance, Commander. I never thought I'd stay in one place for long, but here? I will stay here.
This place is barely holding together. Why stay here?
I can't give you an answer to that, Commander. At least not one that you would comprehend. Why not try asking Fidan? Maybe he can tell you what I can't.
So I'm wondering something. In Mass Effect lore, there is another Solarian, like, species. what are they called? Lysethi, I think. Basically, they like got into like genetic engineering and used Krogan DNA to like bolster their DNA. They don't have Krogan DNA in them, I don't think. It's just like they used it to like mess with their own DNA. I think they live longer, they're bigger and stronger, but I believe it opens them up to like a few genetic diseases. I don't remember what they are though. But this might be part of the mod. Maybe I just never realized when talking to him, but maybe the mod also changed how he looks. He looks a little different, doesn't he? Ledra looks kind of like bulkier. Maybe the mod was trying to turn him into one, because they're supposed to be like a little bigger and stronger looking, supposedly. There was also a theory that any Solarian you find in like the Terminus, or like kind of like out of Solarian space, is considered one. That instead of being like an actual race, it's just like a term for an outcast. So I'm not sure which is right. I don't think there's a canon either way. I think it is canon they exist, but not what they look like or where they are.
What's a Solarian doing on a human colony?
This Solarian goes where the credits are. Or I did. A well-stocked freighter can be a profitable investment on a new colony. But once I was here, I decided to stay on. The colony life grows on you after a while.
What's your name, Solarian?
My full name is Gorat tu Heranon Maldinest God Inost Ledra. Humans usually employ surname and given name only. Inost and Ledra in my case.
Why's your name so long?
We are named for our origins. Gorat tu is my homeworld, Heranon my clan's country, Maldinest and Got are the city and district where I live.
It's a cool idea, but I'm not sure how, I mean, I guess it's just a human thing. But like, I'm not sure how comfortable I would be. Like, hey, I need your full name. And you literally list like Earth, and then the US, and then the city, and then like the town, like the district of the city. I feel like it's kind of like, in a way, like doxing you a little bit. I guess for Solarians, it doesn't matter. And in the future, you can probably find out where anyone lives, which is kind of scary. But, I mean, you can almost kind of do that now. I don't know. As someone who, like, I just don't like the idea of, like, presenting all that information. But most Solarians don't do that. How many Solarians do you meet in this series that give you their whole name? This guy, and that's it. For some of them, we never even hear their first name. Let's see what we have.
Let me see what you have.
Of course. I may be able to provide a few interesting items.
Yep, I was looking for that. And that's it. I never use them. Man. What's the one that you need for Mass Effect 3? For Conrad's mission? Elko's Combine, I think? Like, I don't buy anything in this game. You only need those to, like, give the guy on your ship better stuff to buy. I buy them because they're fun. I don't know. Like, they're just there. Why not buy them? Let's go talk to water and power people. I'm not going the right way.
Nice work with those Geth. Glad you showed up. I still need the power cells for this generator, though.
Would it help if I brought in some power cells from the Normandy? We can certainly spare a few.
Your top-of-the-line ship doesn't use the same parts as the old generator we've got. The cells just aren't compatible.
If I find anything while I'm looking around, I'll send it your way.
Thank you, Commander. I appreciate it.
That sounds like Jen Hale. Kind of sounds like Jen Hale.
I'm sorry, but I can't stop to talk. I have to deal with the water shortage.
This person also sounds familiar. I believe there's an NPC in the consort building on the Citadel who is the same voice actor.
Is there anything I can do?
The utilities building was one of the first to fall under Geth control.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Find the mains and turn them back on. Until then, this colony is dry.
It's the same person who does, like, you're with the Alliance? My brother's a private back on Earth. If it's not the same person, it's very similar.
I have a ship fueled and ready to go. I could bring water in.
Unless you plan to make a trip every few days, that wouldn't really solve our problem. We need to be self-sufficient.
Also, just from that voice on the Citadel, this person, they sound familiar. I know I've heard them in something else. Do it yourself.
Tell me about the colony.
Go ask Fidan.
We are a small group, part of a larger colony, before the Geth attacked. You should speak to Fidan. It's his responsibility. He knows the colony best.
What do you know about this planet?
I am not the one to ask about that. Ask Fidan or one of the others.
Tell me about yourself.
I'd rather not. This is not the time or the place. Please, help us or don't. Otherwise, leave me to my work.
I have to go.
What if when you asked a personal, like, tell me about yourself, they would just go ask Fidan. Okay. All right, it's time to go back into the tunnels. See, this game is like has like a nice like compact areas. We have 4 different side quests to do: food, water, power, and the Geth transmitter, and they're all kind of in the same place. Yes, I enjoy games that have open world and so much to explore, like Dragon Age Inquisition type stuff, Skyrim, but sometimes I also like compartmentalized stuff. I don't have to think about where I'm going. I don't have to remember things. It's kind of nice sometimes. Like, there's a reason why one of the only Zelda games I've ever beaten is Wind Waker. Wind Waker is compartmentalized. It's a bunch of water. You basically have islands you go to. You mark them on the map. It's not like this big giant area. Maybe that's why I actually beat it and enjoyed it. The other game I beat was Oracle of Ages on the Game Boy. And it was on the Game Boy, so that was helpful. I played it like in school. All right. Let's not miss anything. There's also a glitch that can happen with the transmitter. If you shoot the transmitter and a damage over time destroys it, like fire or whatever, it glitches and you can't destroy it.
Oh god, they're everywhere!
So definitely save before you do it, or just like take the stuff off your weapon. Or switch to weapon. Doesn't have it. One on. Oh, I thought you were going to be like one of the rubbery ones. You're not. Nope. Let go too soon. You can also hit fire in this game now. In original Mass Effect, you could not hit fire. The reticule was like as big as the screen. But hit fire. I mean, it's still not super accurate. Well, it is now. Of course, the one shot I did before was way down here. It's not bad. Remember in 3, you could use the Indra as like a hip-fire assault rifle. Thing is ridiculous. Alright. Like I said, as many times as I've done this, I don't want to miss anything.
Finally, some action.
I'm just worried about the transmitter. I sometimes forget where it is. Right?
This valve looks like part of a large system. There are likely others we need to activate as well.
Thank you, Garrus.
There's another one. Doesn't look like it's been activated yet.
See how long it takes me to turn around? I wish I could up the sensitivity. Like, this is so slow. Okay. So, this is where the Varen is, I think? Yeah. Hi. We have anti-robot stuff on, so this might be a little rough. Yeah, like, none of my stuff, except for Assassinate. None of my stuff does anything here. It does a little bit of damage, but not much. No, Carnage that one. You gonna Carnage that one? You gonna do anything? God, enemies in this game move so weird. There's the Alpha. Why do you have assault rifle out now? Why did you switch from a shotgun to assault rifle when they were up close? And why do you have a pistol again? Stop. The Varen falls dead, riddled with slugs. Must be the alpha male, the pack leader of these feral scavengers. Yeah. Now they can eat them.
All clear, Commander.
What would Varen taste like? It's technically it's considered like one of the nicknames for a Varen is a fish dog, because it's like a dog, but it has like fish scales, and that like silveriness to its hide, like skin. So it'd be a combination. Like, I don't know what dog tastes like, but it'd be like a seafood kind of. Now I don't want to try it. I don't like seafood. Just gonna not get shot by the snipers. Ow! Get him, he's on the ground. So stupid. I have no shield and my health is not at full. I don't like this. These are Krogan, aren't they? And we have anti-synthetic stuff on. Yep.
Look out!
Nope. Wrong button. My God! How many shots can you take? That was one Krogan. Uh-huh. I could really use some crowd control here, and I have nobody to do it. I don't have any biotics with me. That's bad. Luckily, they're kind of stupid, and they run the wrong way. If he just ran up to me, he might have killed me. Yeah, get back over there. And the last one. Come on. You have no more shield. Again, these do like slight damage, so I don't mind doing them for that purpose. Also sabotage. Ragdoll's still funny. In any video game that has it, Ragdoll's still funny. I miss the Ragdoll from 1. In 2, you can't really do that kind of stuff. With biotics or with weapons. I kind of miss it. That's why a game like The Force Unleashed was so fun. Because it's just like throwing people around. And okay, here's the transmitter. Done. I think. It's still doing that. Well, let's see if it's actually done. Geth in the tunnels. Inform Fidan. Yes, okay. Our last playthrough we did as Ed Shepard, I think it was Ed Shepard, who was my sentinel. There was a glitch and I didn't save it. So like we couldn't destroy this. And the thing is, I think we finally did destroy it and then I forgot to tell him. So the one mission I didn't do in that playthrough was this because I forgot to tell him about it. We did it. But here's the question. Does the flag does that trigger that flag in terms of like the survival of the colony if I did it? Or does it trigger after telling him I did it? Oh, hey, guys. No wonder that was difficult. Are you telling me where were you guys?
Huddle up.
What are you guys doing? Hello?
To me.
Okay. I love Mass Effect 1. And maybe they'll warp to me when I get further in. Why did I do damping? That's an organic. Whatever. Does it work on tech abilities too? I don't know. On robots? Hi. The water valve is back here. There we go. Water is restored.
Turning this last valve appears to have activated the system.
Regroup.
Okay, maybe triggering this cutscene over here with dialogue will have them come over here. Did I grab the power cells? No, I did not. See, I thought I forgot something. It's like that thing where it's like if you assume you're going to forget something, then you're going to forget something. Yeah, I need to go back to that room and grab them.
You don't want to go down there.
What are you doing down here?
Nothing I should be, and anything I shouldn't. No! That was a good one. Very intense.
What's the matter with you?
Just invoking the Master's whip helps remind me I'm still alive. You're here for the Geth, aren't you? You're not the only one interested in those things.
Who else is looking for the Geth?
Not looking for. Looking to get rid of. They're a thorn in the side of the... Trying to get to the...
Let's leave him. There's nothing we can do for him.
Kill him.
Is there anything I can do to help you? Do you even want help?
Help me? No. No one can help me now. I'd rather die fighting!
Fighting what?
Not that kind of fight. It's like running through a thorn bush. The more you struggle... Time's up. Company's coming. Ask Fidan. Ask him about the...
I like how even he says ask Fidan.
Heads up.
And he's still alive.
Perimeter secured.
So on the way back, we have to go into that room and grab the power thing. I don't think I've ever forgotten that. No. I mean, I would have realized I forgot it when I went to go talk to them. When I turned in everything else. Luckily, I realized it now, though, so I don't have to run all the way back down here. I think it's because I grabbed, like, I think I grabbed, like, something and I just wasn't paying attention. Alright, let's get out of here. Ooh. Yeah, the sniper, huh? Oh. I believe this is also part of the mod. I'm pretty sure the Geth weren't this different looking. Like, this one actually has, like, patterns on them. And this one has, like, a, kind of like a camo-ish look to them. I don't know if that makes sense because Geth don't care. Although remember, I mean, Geth are going to make their bodies out of whatever they can find. But After processing the metal and turning it into a Geth body, why would the Geth put patterns on themselves? They wouldn't care about that. Although maybe that's supposed to be like a foreshadowing or like a clue to who they are. I mean, Legion used Shepard's armor to fix its body. And when asked, why did you use Shepard's? You could have used something that's big enough to cover the hole entirely. And you're just like, I don't know. Like they're developing, I don't know what you would call that. It's like a hero worship kind of thing from Shepard, but also like a, I don't know what to call it. All right, let's turn those in. Right, we killed the Geth transmitter.
Commander, what can I do for
First, let's talk about that. Let's do this first.
I destroyed a Geth transmitter in the tunnels. They won't be a problem any longer.
Thank you, Commander. We're in your debt. You've taken a great weight off my shoulders. I just wish I had such good news for every problem.
Let's talk about Zoo's Hope and Feros in general.
Of course, Commander.
Some of the colonists are acting strange.
We're a close-knit group, Commander. Most of us have lost loved ones, friends.
These aren't trained soldiers. Nobody taught us how to deal with the horrors of war.
This is our home. We've watched the Geth slowly destroy everything that is important to us. Don't judge us too harshly.
There's a guy living down in the tunnels. Is he one of yours?
That would be Ian. He's very sick.
Some of the colonists...
We've been over this.
Whoopsie.
That would be Ian.
He seems to be more than just sick.
He hasn't been the same since the attack. We tried to help him, but he wouldn't listen to us. I can't help my people if they won't listen, Commander.
I mean...
I'll talk to you when I learn more.
Good luck, Commander.
So he had a point. Again, I mentioned how the Leviathan DLC mission is like, it's 100% obvious that something's wrong. It's like that on purpose. But in this game, it's very subtle. Ask Fidan. Just people acting weird. But he actually gives you a reason that makes sense. Like, Shepard, we're not all soldiers. These people have lost, like, friends and family in their home. It honestly does make sense that they would act a little strange and be a little off. Like, I kind of hate that makes sense.
Hello again, Commander.
I killed the big Varen. The rest are yours.
Excellent. I'll organize a hunt when the immediate threat of the Geth is gone.
I have to go.
Here, for your trouble. It's not much, I know, but it's all we can spare.
Money.
Nice work with those Geth. Glad you showed up. I still need the power cells for this generator, though.
I found these power cells in the tunnels. Are they what you're looking for?
I knew they'd turn up eventually. Here, Fidan gave me some requisition money. It's all yours. Now if I can kick these power cells into place, I'll have this colony...
The water started running not long ago. Thanks to you, I assume. Now we just need to deal with the Geth and we can get back to growing this colony. Here.
And that's all of
a
it.
few credits for your trouble. Thank you again, Commander.
So, time to go to Exogeny.
Remember to stay hydrated.
Good idea. I really do need to drink more. Like, again, I've been drinking a lot of soda to get my water. Not the healthiest way to do it, but honestly, what do you think is better? Drinking no soda, but, like, not enough water, because I just don't think about it, or drinking a lot of soda. At least that way you are getting water. I'm not sure which is worse. All right. We should be good to go now.
Watch out!
Scouts! They'll be here any minute.
I don't know how much more I can take.
Yeah, you'll be fine. It wouldn't be a Mass Effect 1 level without the Mako.
dispatch went south. What are they looking for?
That's some kind of comm signal. It's too weak to pinpoint, but someone is definitely out here.
Ow. Good dodge.
More on the comm, Commander, but I still can't get a fix on it.
Any sign of movement? Lisbeth could still be in there. It's only been a few days.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm saving myself from, like, all the other stuff in the soda, but I'm not getting enough water either.
She's my daughter. I'll wait as long as I have to.
But that's part of it. Like, this week is not just don't drink soda, it's also, like, drink more water. Which I have not been doing. Yeah. Hello.
We've got movement. Some kind of vehicle. Not one of the Geth.
Sounds like they've spotted us. They must be close.
Forget them. We need to deal with the Geth.
Yep, you can skip them. You can skip them this time, but not the second time.
That's close enough.
Relax, Jong. They're obviously not Geth.
Get back, Juliana. Who are you? What do you want?
Commander Shepard. I'm here to remove your Geth problem.
You see? You worry too much.
And you trust too easily, Juliana.
I'm just glad to see a friendly face. I thought we were the only humans left on this planet.
Fidan and some of the members of Zoo's Hope are still alive.
I thought you said they were all dead.
I said they were probably all dead.
They're not dead, but the Geth have really pounded them.
We know what that's like. Those damn synthetics are relentless.
I'll do whatever I can to keep them away from you. But I need some information.
What kind of information?
Ignore him. The Geth are up in the Exogeny headquarters, just a bit further along the Skyway.
Those headquarters are private property, soldier. Remove the Geth and nothing else.
Tempting.
I'm not interested in your company's secrets.
Commander, before you go, my daughter, Lisbeth, she's missing.
They shouldn't waste time poking around. We could do a proper accounting of our casualties after the Geth are gone.
That's my daughter you're talking about. She's still alive. I know it.
Where is your daughter, Juliana?
She was working in the Exogeny building when the attacks came.
Oh, yeah, there were several places she could hide. For a short time.
Do you know what the Geth are after?
I have no idea. We certainly haven't found anything of use. Something Exogeny is keen to remind us of.
We need to recoup our expenses. It's nothing personal.
Tell me about the colony.
We established ourselves here 4 years ago. Growth was steady until the attacks. Our biggest challenge has been the lack of resources. There's just so little here of value. Still, we were making a go of it. It was even starting to feel like home.
What brought you here?
I guess I thought this would be the start of a new life. I wanted to go where I could feel like I was making a difference. Instead, everything we built is destroyed. It's very hard not to lose hope.
Where is your daughter, Juliana?
Somewhere at the Exogeny headquarters, I hope.
How did you get split up from the Zoo's Hope colony?
Most of us lived closer to the Exogeny building. Zoo's Hope was mostly used as a port. When the Geth hit, we scattered. Until you told us about the others, we assumed they were killed in the first wave. If we had known they were still alive, we might have attempted to join them.
They're fairly secure now. Maybe you should do that.
No. I don't think that's a good idea. We have no vehicles, and the Skyway offers little protection.
Like the building we're in now?
Listen, our best hope is to sit tight and wait for company reinforcements. They'll come eventually.
What was the building used for?
Oh, yeah, we repurposed that structure to serve as headquarters for Exogeny. That's mostly offices with a number of light-duty R&D labs.
Exogeny is a master at repurposing anything and everything.
The company has to make a profit somehow, Juliana. Feros is a long way from self-sufficient.
Stay bunkered down until I find out what the Geth are after.
Of course. And please remember...
And we need to make sure to talk to Gavin over here.
I was hoping you'd have a moment to speak with me. I've got a bit of a problem.
What do you need?
I need to retrieve some data. It's not a big job, but it pays well.
Sounds easy enough. What's the catch?
No catch, really. It's dangerous work, but not for someone like you.
Deadly for him, fine for us. What could be better?
It's not that bad, really. All you need to do is find my console at Exogeny headquarters and drop the data onto this OSD. It's that simple.
I'll look around if I get the chance.
I appreciate it. That data could be worth a lot of money. Of course, this all depends on getting out of here alive.
Why work in the middle of nowhere if your skills are so useful?
Maybe I've got a bit of the frontier spirit in me. That, and the alternative is a bit too secure for my liking. Freelancers don't have to worry about security as much, so long as we keep a low profile.
Tell me about the data I'm getting for you.
Plans for a few prototype mods? I'm a freelancer. Some of my mods are highly sought after.
Time to get moving.
Just keep in mind what I said.
Okay. And that's it. You don't see him again, or even technically hear from him, but he is in 3, kind of. He's one of the like parts to the Conrad mission, like one of them. You need to do this. You need to have the Elko. I think it's the Elko's Combine license, and then you had to have found the matriarch writings, and all 3 of those combine, and you get a whopping 5 war assets from it. It's kind of a joke in itself. Like, oh, Conrad's finally paying off. We held his hand this entire time, but he's going to give us a war asset because he's somehow like a dark energy professor person, and then it all ends up being for 5. Which is funny because, you know, it's Conrad. It makes sense that it'd be worth almost nothing.
You owe us for this. The Skyway is crawling with Geth. Package is secured. We're leaving now. Wait! Shut down the comm! We've got incoming Geth! Damn it!
Ah.
Shut down the comm!
Oh, missed one. Hi, Pam.
The Geth don't need much of an invitation to move in, do they?
They must want something from the Exogeny systems. Why else would they bother with all this?
Alright. I've never tried to get the Mako through here. I wonder if it can fit. Kind of like on Theorem, where you can get it into the boss fight and just makes it really easy. Nope. See, the only power I need in this game is a sniper rifle. That's honestly why I don't use my powers in this game. If it wasn't nearly as good as it is, I would have to. Alright, let's, get here. Yeah, I know about you. I'm watching you. In fact... bye. Okay then.
To me.
Where are my teammates? Why do they keep disappearing?
Rally round.
Wait, hold on. Where are you? Guys, what are you doing?
Huddle up!
Okay. Fine, I'll do it myself. Once I get unstuck from that 2-inch thing there. Okay. This'll get him over here.
Commander.
Hey, they're back.
Damn it! I'm so sorry. I thought you were Geth, or one of those Varen.
You're safe now. But why were you here in the first place?
It's my own fault. Everyone else was running, and I stayed to back up data. Next thing I knew, the Geth ship latched on, and the power went out. I was trapped. I tried to get out, but the way was blocked.
We'll get you out, as soon as we find out what the Geth are after.
It's not the Geth, it's the energy field they put up. They don't want anyone else getting access to the...
I'm here for the Geth. It's very important I find out what they're after.
I don't know for certain, but I'm guessing they're here for the Thorian.
What's a Thorian?
It's an indigenous life form. Exogeny was studying it.
What else can you tell me? Do you know where I can find this Thorian?
I might be able to, but not with those Geth crawling around everywhere. Look, we need to get out of here, past that field.
Do you know how we can shut it down?
No, not exactly. But I think the Geth ship is powering it. I've noticed the Geth laying
This
power
should come
cables
in handy.
everywhere. You could follow those cables, but there's Geth all over the place.
Hi, Intolerance. Thank you for the 69 war assets. Let's see. Oh, the Thorian. I'm kind of sad we don't get more about, we don't like see more stuff about the Thorian. Kind of like how you get the Rachni Queen on your side in 3. Well, you can. Imagine if we had gotten the Thorian on our side. That'd be kind of cool. I mean, in a way, we kind of do. In Mass Effect 2, you learn that some of the colonists of Zeus Hope are still linked, even after the Thorian died. And in 3, they become like a task force. They're able to do cool things because they still have a connection. So in a way, I guess we do kind of have it on our team.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm just a research assistant for Exogeny. I came here with my mother. I don't even know if she made it out alive.
She's with some others from the colony. She's safe for now.
She's alive? Oh, thank God. I thought I was the only one left. Please, Commander, just get that field down so I can see my mother again.
I think they mentioned it has to do with like they share like kind of like literally share like brain resources, but also they share pain, which I guess means they could take more because it's kind of like shared between them. And they're not trained Marines, but kind of like the Geth. The Geth become like smarter. Well, the old version of the Geth becomes smarter when there's more around them. They're able to like share experiences and thoughts, and it just makes them more efficient.
Tell me what you know about the Thorian.
I really don't know that much about it. I think it's some kind of plant being. I know it's very old. Thousands of years even.
Why do you think the Geth would be interested in the Thorian?
It's just a plant. I don't know why the Geth would care. Exogeny was studying it, but I don't think they found anything special.
You stay put. I'll go open some doors.
Oh, here, take my ID. This should get you past any locked doors. Good luck with that field.
And here comes the Baron.
Now it gets fun.
Yep, sniper rifle is the only weapon / power I need in this game. Bring on the Reapers.
Stupid machine! Access encrypt. No, I don't want to review protocol.
I am unable to comply. Please contact your supervisor.
Damn it! Tell me what I want or I'll blast your virtual ass into actual dust!
Please contact your supervisor for a level 4 security exemption, or make an appointment with...
Stupid machine!
If there is nothing else, please step aside. There is a queue forming behind you for the use of this console.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Thank you.
I really need to kill someone.
Garrus, why do you keep using a pistol? I think you have a Kessler 1. Why?
Exogeny Corporation reminds all staff that the discharging of weapons while on company property is strictly forbidden. Welcome back, Research Assistant Elizabeth Bainham. What can I do for you?
How do you know I'm Lisbeth?
Your access card identifies you as Elizabeth Bainham. Is there something you require, Dr. Bainham?
What information was the last user attempting to access?
Fetching data. The previous user was attempting to access details on the study of subject species 37, the Thorian.
Tell me everything you told the Krogan.
I was unable to provide the previous user with any relevant data. Aside from lacking proper access, there has been no new data available on species 37. All sensors monitoring the observation post at Zoo's Hope have been inactive for several cycles.
What does Zoo's Hope have to do with the Thorian?
Species 37 is located within the substructure of the Zoo's Hope outpost.
Tell me everything you know about the Thorian.
The Thorian is a simple plant life form that exhibits a sentient behavior uncommon with other flora. Through dispersion and the eventual inhalation of spores, it can affect and control other organisms, including humans. The Zoo's Hope control group has yielded interesting results. Before sensors went offline, almost 85% of all test subjects were infected.
Are you saying Exogeny knew its people were getting infected?
It was deemed necessary to assess the true potential of species 37.
So that's why they were acting weird.
You should contact Joker.
Yeah. And when I talked about how space companies are bad, they deliberately let their own people get infected just to test them.
Joker. Come in, Joker. Damn it, that field's blocking us.
We need to drop that field and get back to Zoo's Hope.
BI, what can you tell me about the Geth ship and the field it's generating?
I have limited data on the Geth. They have effectively blocked all sensors within the facility. I have detected unusual power fluctuations, but am unable to determine the source.
What do you know about the Geth?
I have no specifics on the Geth as they relate to this facility. All sensors have been purposely decommissioned since their arrival.
I want to know about Exogeny Corporation.
Exogeny Corporation is at the forefront of human expansion in the new galactic economy, funding colonial development and securing resource rights to ensure our progress as a species. Further inquiries regarding company policy may be directed to Consumer Information Services during regular business hours.
Who's in charge here? Who organized the research?
All decisions about local resource analysis and acquisition are made by on-site management, deferring to the board of directors only when seasonal quotas are missed or exceeded. Individual employee records are confidential.
Tell me about the Thorian.
Species 37 was discovered several weeks ago when a small team was infected with spores while examining ruins near the Zoo's Hope outpost. The outpost was quarantined immediately, and study of the infection began. Within 21 days, 58% of colonists exhibited altered behavior. Within 28 days, 85%.
What's the size of this thing?
The Thorian appears to be a diffused creature. Its cognitive abilities are centered in large nerve bundles, but it receives data from kilometers of meandering tendrils. We have discovered bundles approximately 1 meter in diameter, but these seem insufficient to coordinate the massive sensory potential it possesses. It may simply process such stimulation slowly, or perhaps there is a nerve cluster of a greater magnitude we have not yet encountered.
Is it intelligent? Can I reason with it?
The Thorian does not exhibit the focused behavior of a predator. The release of spores is an act of survival, not aggression. It does trigger advanced behaviors in the humans it enslaves, but we have yet to discover whether it recognizes or is capable of recognizing humans as more than tools. It is sufficiently alien as to defy classification at this time.
Do you know how the creature controls its slaves?
The will subversion manifests as intense pain if directives are ignored. The effect is severe enough that subjects are soon conditioned against even minor thoughts of rebellion. Observation suggests the Thorian views its thralls in a utilitarian way. Care is apparently taken to avoid injuring them, much as a craftsman avoids damaging his tools. As long as no action is taken against the creature's objectives, the subjects are free to pantomime a normal existence until specifically tasked with something.
Where's the center of this thing?
The Thorian is present as a weave of tendrils across much of the lower surface of Feros. Observation of enslaved subjects suggests there may be key clusters that are tended by thralls. Unfortunately, direct observation of species 37 is limited, or non-existent.
So, they're guessing that the Thorian is like several thousand years old. But I always wondered, this is a Prothean planet. Is that a coincidence? Like, is the Thorian been around a lot longer than they think? Was the Thorian around when the Protheans were here? Did the Thorian take control of the Protheans? Or maybe the Prothean was an experiment? I don't know. Oh, ad break. God. I know they're only once every hour for 30 seconds, but they do seem way more common, don't they? It's like 30 seconds every 60 minutes. Doesn't seem like a lot, but... yeah, I wonder. There's got to be a connection. Either it was already here, maybe they knew about it, maybe they didn't, or it was an experiment. I can definitely see it being an experiment, and when the Protheans were killed, it just kind of grew.
That's enough for now.
Going to standby mode.
Well, thank you for the information. I'd love to learn more about the Thorian in later games. Unfortunately, we won't.
The Geth must have anchored their ship to the side of the building with these claws.
Subtle as a boot to the face. How do we cut the power if it's coming from the ship?
Could the ship be dislodged? Maybe there's a flaw in one of the other claws we could exploit. This place seems almost peaceful. Do you think the Geth were using this room as some kind of religious temple?
Hey, if they're looking for God, I'd be happy to speed them on their way.
Form up!
Uh-huh. Again, another hint at why the Geth are following Saren. I mean, as far as we know, like at this point in the game, do we know that the Geth are following Saren because they see the Reaper as a god? I think Shepard has already mentioned it. They see the Reaper as like the pinnacle of their evolution, I guess. And they're following Saren because I guess Sovereign told them to. But I'm pretty sure Saren mentions later that the Reapers don't care. Like, the Reapers see the Geth worship as like an insult more than anything, because they're just so beneath them. Harsh. Are you using a pistol again? Garrus? Use that assault rifle. I'm not giving you a better pistol. It's because you'll use it more often. Just fell. Oh, you got it. Good. Good. Stick with this.
Clear.
So I need to remember where the data is for Gavin. I've missed it before. At some point there's a room where you can go two ways. Actually, might be where we're going right now. God, you're so bulky. No. I'm in the fire. I've been standing in the fire for like 10 seconds. Whoops. Guys, are you even here? Are you, I don't know what's with the AI right now. I've never had this much issue with them getting stuck like this before.
Shields down.
Uh-huh. Needed one more shot. No, stop living. Stop being a Krogan. Stop it. Okay.
All targets down.
Yep, there it is. This data better be worth it, Gavin. I had to kill 3 Krogan for it. And in the world of Mass Effect 1, Krogan are a little tougher. I feel like they're definitely tougher than in 2 and 3. Because in this game, they'll just run at you and just like headbutt you and kill you in one hit. Or they'll just stay alive constantly. Like that. Did I come from this way, or am I... I've already forgotten where I'm going. Since they're just sitting over here, I'm guessing I came from over here. So, let's just go this way. Yep, we're also being jammed, so we're going the right way. Hi. Good thing I have no teammates with me to soak up any of these bullets. Ow. I need higher sensitivity. I can't reach him. See, that's what it feels like when I play Overwatch against characters like Genji. It's like I can't move fast. I can know they're there. I just can't move fast enough to hit them. But if I up my sensitivity more, in that game at least, I can't shoot right. I should do what I did in Halo, back in the days where I played Halo. I should slowly increase my sensitivity like every time I play. By like 1. And then just keep doing it until I get used to it. Oop, well, no, well. That just gives us a mission. It unlocks after we beat this planet anyway. But when I played Halo 2 a lot, I played 3 a lot too. But 2 was like the pinnacle of like my Halo, like PvP playing. And I got to the point where I was playing like on near max sensitivity because I just kept upping it as I played.
Just like the other one.
Useful.
We don't have the teeth to tear this
when
out.
You're used to it.
Keep looking.
Okay, does this warp them to me? I hate this game. I'm just playing solo.
Form up.
Like, hey, Shepard, you and your team did a great job on Feros. What team? It was me. For once, my Shepard saying it was all me wasn't like being arrogant or bragging or lying. And no, it was just me. That's okay. Sniper rifle's the only teammate I need too. Just you and me, Geth Sniper. I think there is a control... Okay. I knew there was something in this area that I could do something with. No. Why am I so bad at this? Okay. I give up. I'm done. There, I could just do this one. Yep. I don't trust this Cerberus group. They may pay us well, but if this gets out before we're developed an antidote, it's just not smart. They won't tell us what we want with the samples or why we wanted them delivered to the Mentano system. My records show nothing of interest out there. Yeah, that just leads to one of the missions you unlock. You can just go there. Like pretty much every mission in Mass Effect that's not a main mission. You don't need to find it to be able to do it. You just go there. Although occasionally you go somewhere and you find a mission that leads you somewhere else. Find a repair ticket attached to the console. The damn door to the shuttle bay is fried again. Works fine if the PSI is 30 or lower, and the safety shutoff kicks in if the PSI gets above 34. But if the PSI is in the 31-34 zone, the door slams down with enough power to shear through a metal I-beam. Somebody fix this before one of my team loses an arm into that thing. I don't remember the buttons. I used to be able to do this, like, immediately. Oh, hey, look at that. Like I said, a part of me knows it. But if I sit and actually think about it, I don't know. I don't remember what it is. No, trust your instincts. Bye. Now, wouldn't it be unfortunate if that thing fell all the way down to the surface?
Doors will be open now. We can go deal with that Thorian thing.
And blew up and took out the structure we're in?
Damn. I'd like to have seen the face on their pilot when that thing toppled.
Keep your guard up. There still might be a few Geth inside the base.
I repeat, Normandy to shore party. Are you reading? Anyone there? Normandy to shore party. Come on, Commander. Talk to me.
Is that you, Joker? What's going on over there?
We're in lockdown here, Commander. Something happened to the colonists. They're banging on the hull, trying to claw their way inside the ship. They're freaking out.
They can't do any real damage. We're on our way back. Just hold your position.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll just wait right here for you, Commander.
Oh, come on, Joker. What are they going to do? They don't have any weapons. They're not going to get in. Just leave them alone.
This place will be crawling with Geth in a minute. Keep together and we'll get out of here in one piece.
All right, let's go. Hey, we're a team again.
On me.
I can't wait for them to get stuck. They're not moving, are they? Is this just like going to be a thing now?
To me.
Head into position.
I guess I'm just soloing now. That's going to be fun in the Thorian fight. When my best weapon is a sniper rifle. By far, it's a sniper rifle. And it's going to be the one fight where it's, like, not that great because they're too close. I have a pistol, I guess, with points in it. Speaking of points, yep, mine's maxed out. Okay. But it's not nearly as... Oh, well. Hey, they warped, and they're still not going to follow me. Nope, they're not.
There you are.
Hey, Elizabeth, you want to have a gun and join my team?
Get out of here. I don't think this
They're not
place
going to
is
help
safe.
me.
I need some answers. You knew more about the Thorian than you let on.
I was afraid. I wanted to stop the tests, but they threatened me. Told me I'd be next. When the Geth attacked, I stayed behind to send a message to Colonial Affairs. I tried to tell them where to find the Thorian, but the power cut before I could send the message. I never meant for this to happen.
You did what you could. I'll help them, if you can tell me where to find the Thorian.
The Thorian is underneath Zoo's Hope, but the entrance is blocked. The colonists covered it with the freighter just before the Geth attacked.
But why are the Geth after the Thorian? What could Saren want with it?
Well, it does have unique mind control capabilities. That's what Exogeny was interested in.
Normandy to shore party, come in.
Which we already knew. Odd that Shepard asked that.
What is it, Joker?
We're getting a lot of Geth comm chatter. Looks like they're headed your way.
Thanks for the heads up, Joker. You heard the man. Let's move out.
I'm coming with you. I might be able to help. Undo the mess I helped create.
Yay, one more person who will sit back and do nothing. Let's go, team. They're not moving. That's okay. I could save and reload, but at this point, I kind of find it funny. I mean, if I fail a Thorian fight because of this, I will save and reload. Or, well, reload. Okay. You could skip the people down there the first time, but you can't skip them this time. You have to talk to them this time, or else the door is still locked. Level up. Oh, that was a thing. Yeah, just keep shooting. My shield can take it. I went right through him. Just like in games, or if you ever see me like screen capturing something and I'm using the mouse, and sometimes you'll see the mouse just kind of go like blah. It's because my thumb kind of twitches occasionally, and when I'm using controller, it's harder to tell. Because, you know, it's kind of like a just... But with the mouse, it's only a thumb twitch, but it's like enough to move the mouse. Like it kind of like moves my thumb that way. It's like a thumb / like wrist kind of thing. Not surprisingly, for people that play on PC a lot or do a lot of work on PC, they get carpal tunnel a lot, which comes from, you know, the keyboard and the mouse and just the way you sit in the movement. For me, I've been a controller person forever. I've rarely used PC control or keyboard and mouse to play games growing up at all. So I have
What was that all about?
the issue that comes with using analog sticks for hours at a time. Tendinitis. I don't have carpal tunnel.
Of Feros colony. Please help us.
That's my mom! Stop! Stop the rover!
But my thumbs have issues. Honestly, like, it's not to the point where I can't... Like, obviously I can use a controller. Like, I'm fine. The problem is doing, like, moving them outside the range of normal analog sticks. Or, like, a normal controller. I mentioned before, if I use a screwdriver for, like, a few minutes, I like, my hand... Like, my entire thumb and, like, that side of my wrist just kind of cramps up. I mean, I really need to invest in, like, an electrical screwdriver.
You can't do this, Jong.
Everyone shut up! Let me think.
What's going on?
You won't get away with this.
Get her out of here!
Get away from her, you son of a bitch!
Lisbeth!
Damn it! Come out where I can see you! All of you! Shepard, damn it. I knew it was too much to hope the Geth would kill you. I found some interesting facts about you in the Exogeny database. I know what you did during the Blitz, but your heroics aren't needed here.
We can talk this out. Nobody needs to get hurt.
You don't understand. It's not that easy. Communications are back up. Exogeny wants this place purged.
This is a human colony, Jong. You can't just repurpose us.
It's not just you. There's something here far more valuable than a few colonists.
You're after the one unique thing Feros has. The Thorian.
The what?
It's a telepathic life form living under Zoo's Hope. It's taking control of the colonists there. Exogeny knew all along.
You won't get away with this, Jong.
So you keep saying, but nobody's gonna miss a few colonists.
The thing is, like, personally, I get it, you're playing politics, and you do that, but I kind of lean more towards this one, which is like, what are you gonna do about it? All these options, you have to kill him. And my very first playthrough, I killed him. But I would definitely just, like, this is where intimidation works, even if you're playing Paragon Shepard. I mean, come on. He's just a bureaucrat. Like, just get a gun, get in his face, and it's like, what are you going to do about it? That way he doesn't even have time to draw his weapon, and you have to shoot him. But I am doing this.
Can't you see the inherent potential in this colony? Think of the promotional opportunities.
Opportunities? What the hell are you talking about?
I hate how Shepard looks when I do this. The way he has that creepy smile and like his posture, I don't like it. It's a gimmick, like motion controls. It's a. To be fair, some motion controls stayed. The Wii kind of did it right. Now the Kinect, on the other hand, movie rights and tourism. I kind of like that option more. Like, it'll be a symbol for hope. No. Movies.
Pitch it as humanity against all odds. You could even sell tickets to wealthy adventurers.
Nice! Yeah, I guess it could be left intentionally undeveloped to capitalize on its rough appeal, right?
Sadly, you'd probably make a killing. But if it will let us get back to our lives, I'm for it.
It just might work. Wait, no, but the infected colonists will throw a bit of a wrench in that plan. No, they need to disappear.
You can't just kill the colonists. It's not their fault.
If you kill only the Thorian, it might be enough to stop the infection. Maybe.
I see. Oh, I did learn something. I'm not sure if this is an official thing or just kind of like the headcanon of somebody who mentioned it. But if you have the colonies survive, if you do enough, they'll be like, hey, we're going to keep going. But if Zhang is still here, it still stays as like an exogeny colony. But I read like somewhere that it was like, if you kill Zhang, it's actually the better outcome because the colony becomes independent. I have no idea if that's reflected at all. I've never really seen evidence to suggest that it is true. Because normally I do keep him alive. But there have been times where I killed him. And I don't really remember any difference. So I get where they're coming from, though. Like, it would be better. If you kill Zhang, exogeny pulls out, but the colonists stay here and become independent. I can see that.
It's worth a try, but I don't know if I can avoid harming the colonists.
There has to be another way.
Maybe there is. Come and talk to me before you leave, Commander.
Just make sure there's no evidence when you're done.
I'm pretty sure if you try to leave before talking, it forces you. Like, the game really wants you to know that you can do this non-lethally. Oh yeah, also, let's not forget to do this.
Any luck finding my workstation out in the ruins?
I managed to find the data and transfer it to your OSD.
That's very good news indeed, thank you.
I was there anyway. It was the least I could do.
Well, I appreciate it. Here, you've certainly earned this.
Money.
Thanks again, Commander.
I'm glad you've decided to help us. I think there's a way to avoid killing the colonists.
What did you have
Remember
in mind?
to stay hydrated.
I think you could safely use a nerve agent to neutralize the colonists.
Like a gas grenade.
Oh boy. Hydrate. Oh. And better posture. Okay.
Releasing clouds of nerve gas doesn't seem like a particularly good idea.
It's not like it's weapons grade. The insecticide we use in the grow labs contains trace amounts of tetraclopine, a neuromuscular degenerator. If their nervous systems are already weakened, it may act as a paralyzing agent.
Dodgy. But it just might work.
Sounds good. I'll do what I can.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Commander.
Equip your grenades with the anti-thorian gas upgrade. This will disable infected colonists without killing them. I do like how this is not very scientific.
Good luck.
It's not anti-thorian gas upgrade. It's insecticide. Like, it might work. I don't know. Let's do more hacking. We already did shotguns for you. I guess work on first aid. Garrus. Sniper rifle. Good. You're still using the assault rifle. Good. Oh yeah, before I forget again. Grenade launcher. Thorium gas. Now, you know how long it took me? Like, I still learn stuff about this game, like little details. Like, there's that turret you can hack on Novaria that a mod that I have installed put back in, actually. It was taken out by the Legendary Edition for some reason. Uh-oh. The infected colonists, you can also just melee them. I did not know that. If you just melee them, it's kind of like in D&D where you do like a non-lethal hit. So that's an option too. If you run into grenades, you can risk just running up to them and melee them. If you got none of the grenade upgrades and you miss the one grenade refill that's in that area, you'd have to. Yeah. Tired. Okay, can I get out and save it? Yes, I can. Wow, these are a little tough on Insane.
What the hell was that?
Kind of bullet
I don't
sponges.
know what that plant does to people, but that's not human.
Careful.
No hitting the colonists, even if the Thorian makes them fire on us. That's what the gas grenades are for.
Whatever you say, Commander. Let's do it.
Here we go. Ah, they can take so many hits. I'm just trying to knock them down so my teammates don't die. Oh yeah, I could also do something to help us in this fight. Wow, I got pulse rifles. Ooh, that's good. I don't have a better sniper rifle for damage, but what I can do, instead of using tungsten rounds, I can use, what's our best shredder round? Not great, but it's a 7. That's fine. Let's do, I'll do shredder for pistol too in case I need to use it in the close quarters. Ashley is using a shotgun right now. Again, I will give her the ones that are good against people. Ooh, plus 26 damage. Oh, wow. I got a bunch of frictionless material, too. Ooh. Sounds fun. Which doesn't matter to teammates, but here, do that. It's fine. Garrus, you're using an assault rifle for now. Have the pulse rifle. You can't upgrade, you can't put any upgrades in it, but it's still good. I could do this for negative 10 heat absorption. I'm shooting 12 times before overheating, which means this will knock it down to like 10. But 26 damage? Or I could go frictionless and never have to stop firing. If I have 2 of these things installed, I do get 6 damage. As opposed to 26. Do I want to fire 10 times for 26% more damage? Or infinite times? Here, let's try the infinite and see what happens. You can overheat. All right. If I put snowblind rounds in, I probably never overheat, or it would take a lot longer. God, die. Okay.
Enemy is everywhere!
Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. Put your gun out.
Incoming!
How did that miss you? You're right there. There. Problem solved. There is no... I hit the person way over here and not the person standing next to it. Oh, cool. They're still doing it. Fine. You know what? Now it's impossible for my teammates to accidentally kill them. So, I guess that's fine. So how many... Before I move on, how many times can I fire? $18. It gets me an extra 4 shots before it overheats. However, I could go down to 10 and do 20% more. What does more damage? 4 extra shots or 20% extra damage on 10 shots? Math. Well, that would mean that 10 is like 12. If you do 20% per shot, every 5 shots is like an extra shot. So you're doing 12 shots instead of 10. But in this case, I'm doing 18. This is better. If you're actually using all 18. If there's a little bit of lull in the fight, you get more than 10. So I can see where both are good. 18's only better if I use all 18, which I'm most likely not going to do most of the time. I can just wait like a second and get more shots out of it. Yeah. Oh, also, this is slightly worse. Here, put the better one there. And then put this here. $13. I think I only lost like 1 shot. That's good. I lost like 1 shot. I didn't go down to 10. I guess 10. This is fine. I only get 4 more shots the other way. And this does 26% more damage, so... And again, all I have to do is wait like a second while they're on the ground, and I can just keep firing anyway. God, can you imagine doing this without the sniper rifle stunning? I mean, if I had shotgun, I guess it'd be easier, but I don't. I did it again. Ah! Stop it.
Eat this.
Oh.
Now, about the pistol. I have stability and stability. We don't need stability on a pistol. I think I put these in there because it's all I had. Let's do frictionless material. And... damage. Let's see how this is. Oh yeah, plenty of shots. Oh yeah, we're good. Not good damage probably, but come on. Come this way. That's not bad damage. But it takes forever to have the same effect as a sniper rifle, knocking them down. Careful.
Here it
They're
comes.
all over the Borealis. Let's move one of the cargo blocks and see what crawls out.
I'm down to 1 to grenade, but we're at the place where you get the grenade refill. And if you miss this, you wouldn't have enough. That's where melee comes in. Of course, I didn't know about that, so... Oh, be careful. I almost shot the colonist there.
I will destroy you!
Now, if you split the difference and wait for him to be out of cover... Yeah. Alright. There's a lot of them here. Hello. Get back over there. All right. Now, there is a glitch that could happen here in the original Mass Effect where there was like a creeper or a colonist like hiding in a wall. So you couldn't finish the mission. Pretty sure it's fixed here. Alright, we're down to people. Oh wow, I got all of them. Nice. Wait, how did it get you? Did I get you some other way? All colonists are alive. It's always 16 total. Interesting. Ready for some nitpickiness? Hey, Shepard. Rather than stand here and wait for him to slowly draw his weapon to his head, maybe take him out?
You can't imagine the pain.
Use a grenade?
I was supposed to be their leader. These people trusted me. It wants me to stop you, but I won't. I won't!
I know it's supposed to be a moment to show that he was like truly a leader and he was able to fight it long enough to do that. But Shepard, you have the grenades. All the other colonists were trying to... What is Ashley doing? All the other colonists were trying to kill us and we threw grenades at them. You could have saved them. But we did it. We saved all the colonists. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, they're all still alive except for Fiden. Ah, yeah, this music. When I think Mass Effect soundtrack, I think, like, this sound. Just space sound. Alright. Didn't need the points, because I'm pretty sure I maxed out. Yeah. So this is going to be an interesting fight if my teammates don't follow me, and also if I have to use a sniper rifle in close quarters. It's probably still worth using, because the hip fire could just knock them down.
Okay, we just have to find this thing and put a couple of rounds into... What the hell is that?
It's a plant.
That does not look like any plant I've ever seen. This may be problematic. Aye. The fact that it can also clone something is also interesting. They never talk about that.
Invaders, your every step is a transgression. 1,000 feelers appraise you as meat, good only to dig or decompose. I speak for the old growth as I did for Saren. You are within and before the Thorian. It commands that you be in awe.
Exogeny always talked about just like, oh, it controls people. It's interesting. What about its ability to clone people? Did they ever even realize it could do that? I mean, I mean, I'm willing to just let people go and you can just, live, I guess.
You gave something to Saren. Something I need.
Saren sought knowledge of those who are gone. The old growth listened to flesh for the first time in the long cycle. Trades were made. Then cold ones began killing the flesh that would tend the next cycle. Flesh fairly given. The old growth sees the air you push as lies. It will listen no more.
Oh, here's the Are You Afraid of the Dark music. So it must have been here when the Protheans were here. The only reason why it would know the cipher is if it, ingested the Protheans or took them over or something. So yeah, if this thing was only alive for, the last few thousand years, they never would have known what the cipher was. So this thing is way older than people think.
I won't let you keep your thralls. Release them, now!
No more will the Thorian listen to those that scurry. Your lives are short, but have gone on too long. Your blood will feed the ground in the new growth.
I really should have brought biotics. Oh well. I can take out their shields? Karis is already dead. He just died. Oh, hey. Yeah, sniper I think will do just fine. It's gonna be a lengthy fight, because I'm not really killing them that fast, but... Or I could just do this.
Commander, some sort of growth in here. Check it out. That got its attention. Has to be more of those around.
If you kill the node, all the Thorians around it that wake up die. But the more Thorians creepers that are left, the more less damage you do to this. The more you kill, the faster you kill the node. But for whatever reason, my sniper rifle's not doing a lot of damage to the creepers, but it killed that node pretty quickly. I might just try to snipe the node. Literally. Hey, she's back. Yeah, I do wish I had someone with biotics. So we could do some, pushing. Ow. Missing all my shots. Yeah, they're not going to follow me. So I really did this entire planet almost by myself. They've pretty much not followed me the entire time. The power of the sniper rifle. I mean, biotics are powerful in Mass Effect 1 too, but their cooldown is so long, you can't do the same. This is better. It's gonna run in circles, huh? Oh. Uh-oh. Now, what's dangerous is her biotics. If she knocks me down and, ragdolls me, I can't move. And the creeper might just kill me. Just ran into it. Oh, hey. Do I have anything? Well, I mean, dampening is supposed to help against biotics, but... Yep. That's why she has a shotgun. Does a lot of damage. There's death number 2.
Your
Oh, this is gonna be a long fight. The worst thing about this fight on Insane is it takes forever to kill these things, and if you die, you start over. Unless this version of the game gives a checkpoint at some point. I just remember doing this on the first version and getting... Interesting. I didn't realize how loud the gunshots have been. Did my settings reset again? It's down to... Oh, I know it might have reset. 1 second. I know I'm realizing this 3 hours in, 4 hours in, but... Yep, it did reset. Everything has been louder than it's supposed to be. That's... Why is it still so loud? Oh, I know why that's loud. Why is that still so loud? Wow. Let's see here. Huh. This fight is just loud. Also, the Thorian creepers are making noises. I don't think it's the bullets that are making it so loud. The Thorian creepers like do like their like brrr thing, and it counts as a dialogue volume thing. I don't think it's the bullets.
Commander,
or, it's not all
sort
of it.
of growth in here. Check it out.
It's still kind of loud. Down to 10. And oh, Garrus is dead. Wonderful.
Thanks.
I shot Garrus in the back while he was down, and he said thanks. You're welcome. Anytime.
That got its attention. Has to be more of those around.
Yeah, I think it was just a combination of like the yelling and all that stuff that was making it super loud. As I said yesterday, if you have enemies that do a bunch of like blah, blah, blah in combat, put those sounds on sound effect, not voice. Because when you keep the voice volume up to hear dialogue and stuff for story things, it's going to make that stuff really loud in combat. Look how easy she dies. But when she killed me, she had barrier up, I think. Also, reloading, I think, fixed my teammates.
Target online.
Ashley, why are you using a pistol? Garrus, are you using a pistol too? Okay. Shotgun, please. Garrus, assault rifle, please. I got time. Unlike in Mass Effect 2, where it's real time when you try to hack into something, and you'll just get shot. This game doesn't do that. Also, I can use the 3 remaining grenades I have, because it'll just instant kill creepers. Of course, that wasn't what killed me. Wow, she died so... It's because I didn't give her a chance to, like, set up her barrier and just rush at me. Better. I noticed if you push them off, they just die immediately. Doesn't matter how much health they have. Yep, it's just like a death field. Let's go ahead and push you that way, and now you're gonna die first. Yep, it's easier just to do that. For whatever reason, the creepers are just not taking a lot of damage. They're acting like the Flood in Halo when you try to use a sniper rifle on them. It does nothing. They're like sponges. It just kind of goes through them and that's it. I think there's only one more Asari clone. Maybe two. There's one. And she's dead. There's going to be a note over here. I'm not going to do it fast enough. A lot of them. Here, I did it again. Stupid wrong button. This is probably worth it. Yeah. Oh, she is again. Oh, she got barrier up. Wow, she died fast.
Got it on the ropes now, Commander. Has to drop soon.
More note. Let's be careful with what wakes up. Again, the issue with trying to use the sniper rifle up close, I had to hip fire it because if I zoom in, I can't see anything. Especially when it's someone like her who moves so fast. Just out of curiosity, I do have shredder rounds on my sniper rifle, right? Yes, I do. Okay. Just making sure. Can I shoot it from over here? Oh yeah, I can. Oh, it takes so long. And it's gonna wake up all the creepers over there. Maybe it won't. Ah! Thank you, Ashley. No! I was so close and had like 2 health. I knew I was risking it, but if I would have been done. No!
The ground and the new growth.
Garrus, I think you have the right idea.
Shield's disabled.
Let's just lie down here. Well, that's a glitch. Oh, this fight is so
Commander,
bad.
some sort of growth in here. Check it
It just
out.
takes so long. Like a Destiny fight. She's doing the pistol again.
That got its attention. Has to be more of those around.
All right, hold on. Garrus, get up. If I have to do this again, you have to do this again. There's no Shepard without Vicarian. Okay. Good. I know everyone jokes about how Destiny is just like a bunch of bullet sponges, and it is. There were times where we did like Nightfalls when they first came out, or like some kind of raid or whatever. And since you're like at the minimum level to do it, because you haven't got any new drops yet, the boss fights, I remember them just taking so long. Even if you found a way to cheese it, where you'd like sit in a corner and be able to like shoot up through like this little area, this little gap, and hit the boss, it would just take so long to kill him. I also think of the Division. I played the first Division. It was also kind of like that. I had fun with it though, for what it was. I made a pure heal build. I gave myself like all the heal abilities. We were able to kind of cheese like the hardest difficulties because they would just run out and die over and over again, and I would use the ability to revive them from a distance and heal them. Kind of like in Halo 1 where you're doing Lasso, where one of you runs in and just dies over and over again, and the other just sits up and lets you respawn. I mean, if you're patient enough, you can do it. It's like XCOM on the hardest difficulty. If you're patient to save scum enough, you can do it. I use save scum to offset my not very good at those kind of games ability, but also just the BS XCOM thing where you miss like high percentage shots and get crit, and it offsets that too. Better. Ah.
Patching you up.
That, Garrus, I just healed you. Okay. Like, I have abilities, but all I have are tech abilities on myself and Garrus. Like, I doesn't really do anything. And I'm not sure how viable the, like if I do overkill with Garrus, I have no idea how viable this is on an AI. He might not do anything with it. Boo. It's Carnage. I did something, I guess. I kind of miss the weapon abilities. They brought Marksman back as an ability in 3. I don't remember if it's in the vanilla game on one character or if it's just multiplayer. It might be multiplayer only. It's good, especially on Turians. Turians have like better recoil control, so you slap the Revenant on them, use Marksman, and just blast. Then there is the Overkill ability, that's gone. And then there is Carnage, which becomes its own thing, as like a non-elemental attack, basically. Kind of like how Ruin is in 13. I think it's also in 14. It basically gives the ability to do like a magical long-range ability, if needed. Assassinate's also gone. I like Assassinate. Just that big, like, that big one-shot you get, I like it. Yeah. God, how long have I been here? Pretty sure I was on the last node, too. Well, ad break. Well, you're not missing much. Now Garrus is dead. Did those not die immediately? The ones I pushed off before auto just died.
We've got it on the ropes now, Commander. Has to drop soon.
Hello. Garrus, stop dying. Ironically enough, Ashley isn't the one that has a dying problem this time. In most of my playthroughs, she does. On Vermeer. God, why there's so many of them? Go away. Like, you look at this and think, how did I die to this twice? I think I died twice. It's like zombies. You know, in most media, zombies are slow-moving. Well, how are they so dangerous? Because they never stop. And basically, you let your guard down. I feel like most of the time in any kind of zombie media where the zombies are slow, not like World War Z where they're super fast. The movie, anyway. I heard in the book, or books, they're not. But you let your guard down. They just keep coming. They don't have to sleep. They just keep coming. People let their guard down, they get sloppy, overconfident. Now, the fast zombies, those are, yeah, they're just fast. That sucks. All right. We're here again. They keep doing this, and when they come, I'll actually focus on them this time. Also, I have to remember, basically one of the things I do with games with audio, in the Windows mixer, I turn every game down to 50%. And then I mess with the game settings. Now, yes, I can mess with the game settings only, but the problem is, a lot of the time, it gives me more leeway. Like, it gives me more, like, some games don't let you do, like, increments of 1. They do, like, increments of 10 in the sound. And doing it down to 50% gives me, like, more wiggle room. Because it affects it, like, a little less. If you leave it at 100, 10 is quite a bit, but at 50, it's, well, less. And for some reason, Windows decided to reset all my games that was set to 50. Oh, hey, it's you again. I know I should probably have Garrus use a regular weapon, so you can have shredder rounds on. It'd probably be more damage. But the Geth Pulse Rifle's cool. Yep, I was there. Like 2 more shots and I would have won. You know what? I take back what I said. I'm glad the Thorian's dead.
I'm free. I suppose I should thank you for releasing me.
Who are you?
Is everything all right? Are you hurt?
I am fine, or I will be, in time. My name is Shiala. I served Matriarch Benezia. When she allied herself with Saren, so did I. Benezia foresaw the influence Saren would have. She joined him to guide him down a gentler path. But Saren is compelling. Benezia lost her way.
Are you saying Saren can control minds?
Benezia underestimated Saren, as I did. We came to believe in his cause and his goals. The strength of his influence is troubling.
She tried to manipulate Saren, but in the end, her plan backfired.
Asari matriarchs are among the most intelligent and powerful beings in the galaxy. How could one fall under Saren's control?
Saren has a vessel, an enormous warship unlike anything I've ever seen. He calls it Sovereign. It can dominate the minds of his followers. They become indoctrinated to Saren's will. The process is subtle. It can take days, weeks, but in the end, it is absolute. I was a willing slave when Saren brought me to this world. He needed my biotics to communicate with the Thorian, to learn its secrets. Saren offered me in trade. I was sacrificed to secure an alliance between Saren and the Thorian.
That sucks.
Saren's pretty quick to betray his own people.
He was quick to betray the Thorian, too. After he had what he wanted, he ordered the Geth to destroy all evidence of its existence. Saren knows you are searching for the conduit. He knows you are following his steps. He attacked the Thorian so you could not gain the cipher.
What's the cipher? And why did Saren need it?
The beacon on Eden Prime gave you visions. But the visions are unclear, confusing. They were meant for a Prothean mind. To truly comprehend them, you must think like a Prothean. You must understand their culture, their history, their very existence. The Thorian was here long before the Protheans built this city. It watched and studied them. When they died, it consumed them. They became a part of it.
So I forgot that part. Yeah, it's been around for a while. It sounds like it didn't have any interactions with the Protheans. Maybe like one that no one ever found out about. Like in this exact spot, but So no one ever talks about the Thorian's ability to clone an Asari and have them be biotic. It's like in Star Wars, there was a lot of like cloning done in the books, but it always failed because you couldn't clone like force powers for some reason. It would just like make them go insane. So the Thorian was able to clone an Asari who has full biotic powers. This kind of reminds me of Star Trek episodes where in the Star Trek episode they discover something that's like amazing, right? A technology that could change the universe. And the next week, it's never mentioned again. Not next week, not the next season, not another series. It's just like it hardly ever happens. And that's kind of how this is. Like, the ability to like clone Asari biotic users. Well, I guess it died with the Thorian. But also, there's no cure for indoctrination that we know of. When someone's indoctrinated, they're just indoctrinated. It's never talked about there's a cure. You can't just like get away from the indoctrination and just be fine after that. From what we understand, it's like permanent, as far as we know. Maybe in 4 maybe they found like indoctrinated people and they eventually snapped out of it when all the Reapers were gone. But this person's no longer indoctrinated. Whatever the Thorian did to them, it like overrode the indoctrination. That seems kind of important. But it's never mentioned. It's like, hey, the Thorian was able to unindoctrinate people. Maybe we should look into that.
So the Thorian taught Saren to think like a Prothean. How?
The cipher is the very essence of being a Prothean. It cannot be described or explained. It would be like describing color to a creature without eyes. To understand, you must have access to endemic ancestral memory, a viewpoint spanning thousands of Prothean generations. I sensed this ancestral memory, the cipher, when I melded with the Thorian. Our identities merged, our minds intertwined. Such knowledge cannot be taught. It simply exists.
I need that knowledge to stop Saren.
There is a way. I can transfer the knowledge from my mind to yours, as I did with Saren. Try to relax, Commander. Slow, deep breaths. Let go of your physical shell. Reach out to grasp the threads that bind us, one to another. Every action sends ripples across the galaxy. Every idea must touch another mind to live. Each emotion must mark another's spirit. We are all connected. Every living being united in a single glorious existence. Open yourself to the universe, Commander. Embrace eternity.
Well, we got the cipher. Doesn't help us too much because we don't have the whole message yet. But now we can think like a Prothean. Sort of. I'm surprised Shepard can ever tap into it and, like, get information about the Protheans. I guess it's just kind of like a subconscious thing.
I have given you the cipher, just as it was given to Saren. The ancestral memories of the Protheans are part of you now.
Are you all right, Shepard? What'd she do?
Like, when Javik shows up, everyone's kind of like, man, we didn't expect Protheans to be like this. Like, they had, like, all their territory. Everyone had to join them or else. Shepard never really knew that. But like I said, I think it's like a subconscious thing. You can't just pull information out of it. I'm good.
I saw something. It still didn't make any sense.
You have been given a great gift. The experience of an entire people. It will take time for your mind to process this information.
You look a little queasy. We should get you back to the ship.
I'm sorry if you have suffered, but there was no other way. You needed the cipher. In time, it will help you understand the vision from the beacon.
Do you know what the conduit is? Or where it is?
No, I'm sorry. All I know is that Saren believes the conduit was the key to the Prothean extinction.
That can't be good, whatever it is.
You have the cipher. In time, your visions will clear. They will lead you to the conduit. I only pray you find it before Saren does.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the Thorian?
When the creature enveloped me, I became part of it, but I still don't truly understand it. So alien, so ancient. Its exact age is impossible to know. It measured time differently. 10,000 years of hibernation broken by a few frantic centuries of activity. Its mind was awesome, magnificent. It transcended all classification. And now it is gone.
Don't tell me you feel sorry for that thing.
The Thorian was a unique life form, a sentient being that lived for 50,000 years, maybe more. There is nothing even remotely like it in the known galaxy. I am grateful you saved me from a life of thraldom. Yet I cannot help but feel some sorrow for the loss of such a rare and remarkable creature.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, it wasn't evil. So.
What else can you tell me about Saren?
Welcome aboard.
There is little I could tell you that you do not already know. He's powerful, he's charismatic, and he is dangerous. Once I followed him, blind to his true nature. But now I see he's leading the galaxy into an age of darkness and suffering.
Hi, Dreadwolf. We just beat the Thorian after several attempts. So if I hadn't died in the Benezia fight, my first death would have been here, probably. The first death, yeah, was a death. The second death was just me being impatient. I 2 more shots, and I would have already won, but had to do the fight all over again.
I want to know more about you.
There is nothing remarkable about me. I was merely one of Matriarch Benezia's disciples. For nearly 2 centuries I followed her, learning at her feet. When Benezia revealed her plan to join Saren, she gave her disciples a choice. Only those who were willing had to follow her. Many felt her plan was too dangerous, but I believed in her. I thought she could turn Saren away from his insanity. Instead, we joined him in it.
Oh, I'm back to being a potato. Doing good. Again, I did die to the Thorian creepers a few times. But, well, the first time I died to the Asari, because she just got in my face and shotgunned me. But, second time, I was trying to snipe the node from a distance, the last one, and I got kind of impatient, and I just kept firing, and one of the creepers just killed me from behind. Oops. But at least dying to the Asari the first time fixed my teammates. They kept not moving. But at least that fixed it, so.
Now that you're free of the Thorian, what are you planning to do next?
If you allow it, I would like to stay here with the colonists. They have suffered greatly, and I played a role in their suffering. I would like to make amends.
God, what a change. You know how normally it's like good and then like neutral and then kind of like aggressive? A noble idea. Sounds good to me. You must die. There's a very large jump there. It should have been, it should be like a noble idea. I don't know. Like, and then just like, I have to kill you. No, good idea.
The colonists will need all the help they can get. They'll be happy to have you on their side.
Thank you, Commander. May fortune smile upon you.
I can't believe it. Jong says we'll have all the money we need to keep this place running. It's because of you, Shepard. I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, we did it.
Thank you so much. Now Exogeny will pour the money in. We'll be able to rebuild and then some.
Ships are already on their way here with supplies.
Well, I mentioned like the fact that no one talks about the Thorian's ability to unindoctrinate somebody. Shiala was indoctrinated, and then she wasn't. Whatever that process did to her, it made her free again. That seems kind of important, but we don't know that. For all we know, that could have been a choice where we let her go, and then we find out she murdered all of the inhabitants of Zoo's Hope in like an indoctrinated rampage. That could have happened. Kind of like the Asari that runs the place on Vermeer. If you let her go, you then find her again on the junk planet with Grunt. There, you don't have the option to kill her. She just leaves. And then you find out in 3, she just goes insane and kills a bunch of like prominent Asari politicians or something. So if you don't kill her in 1, it's negative in 3.
All traces of the Thorian will be erased in short order. Feros will have a second chance thanks to you.
Yay.
This plan of yours just might work.
I will do what I can to assist the colony in this difficult time. I am ashamed of the damage done to the lives of these people.
Farewell, Shiala.
Farewell, Commander. I wish you well in your hunt.
Well, I could use more information on Dragon Age, honestly. Before Dragon Age 4 comes out, there's a channel I found on YouTube. It was linked to me by somebody, I forget who. Where it's like a bunch of like Dragon Age lore videos. I need to watch them. I've described this before. I think my brain just accepts sci-fi better because sci-fi is all about usually technology. Yes, I know Star Wars has like mystical stuff with force powers, but it's like in this game, the technology is presented to you. You read it, you see it, and it's like, oh, that's how it works. The lore in this game is like how technology works. The lore in Dragon Age is different. Also, being in the future, when something is presented to you, it is what it is. In Dragon Age, history is like fables. Depending on what group you're with, the beginning of time is a little different, isn't it? Like, according to the elves, this is how things were. According to the Qunari, this is how things were. The Tevinter, the humans, whatever. It's all different. It's more realistic, honestly. In Mass Effect, it's more like Star Trek. It's tech. This is how it works. There's no mystery to it. And that's it. Which is probably why I don't know Dragon Age stuff as well. We don't know what's true or not. We know theories. The only issue I have with Dragon Age stuff is sometimes when I read information, or sometimes like I watch a video, it's not canon. A lot of the time, people are making their own making their own theories, and they're like, "Oh, well, this must be it because of this information." Then someone takes the information and has a different viewpoint. I just want to know the facts. I don't want to know. I mean, yes, I'll take some theories, but let me know it's a theory. There's a few examples I can think of, but I'm not going to mention them because I'm not going to talk about spoilers of another game during this, but I try not to do that. But a lot of people have taken some things as fact, but it's not. It could easily be wrong. There's things in Dragon Age that have never been confirmed. I'm hoping it's confirmed in 4. Are some of them probably right? Yeah.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
In progress.
Commander, you look pale. Are you suffering any ill effects from the cipher?
The cipher shook me up a bit.
I might be able to help you. I am an expert on the Protheans. If I join my consciousness to yours, maybe we can make some sense of it.
I would love to have Ashley say something. We already had the moment where I had to like basically pick between Ashley and Liara, which is always awkward. It only happened because I wasn't mean enough to Liara, I guess. It was weird. Basically, Liara asks, "Hey, are you and Ashley a thing?" And I was just like, at that point, I don't even know yet. So I'm just like, I don't know. And apparently that's enough for the game to be like, "Oh, you're romancing Liara now." Go ahead.
Do it. Hurry. We don't have much time.
Relax, Commander.
Embrace
eternity.
I have not read the Dragon Age books. I've read the Mass Effect books. There are 2 about Anderson that take place before 1. There's one that takes place in between 2 and 3, I think. Another one that takes place at some point around there.
Incredible. All this time, all my research, yet I never dreamed. I am sorry. The images were so vivid. I never imagined the experience would be so intense. You are remarkably strong-willed, Commander. What you have been through, what you have seen, would have destroyed a lesser mind.
Come on, get to the point. What did you see?
The beacon on Eden Prime must have been badly damaged. Large parts of the vision are missing. The data transferred into the Commander's mind is incomplete.
I will say that 4th book I mentioned, that I'm pretty sure takes place between 2 and 3, I think. It's no longer canon. It was written by somebody different, and they didn't understand like a lot of the stuff in Mass Effect. It has a lot of stuff that makes no sense. If you know the world of Mass Effect, you can tell. I have not read it yet. I want to, just so I can like pick it apart and just be like, well, that's wrong. This is like I love just like wrong information. And again, being sci-fi and being like a lot of tech-based stuff, if you get that wrong, it's obvious. It's either right or it isn't. So I mean, we can make the argument that it's kind of like taking an audio message and taking pieces out. Like maybe even with the cipher and Liara's knowledge, she can tell it's just missing pieces. There was nothing useful, huh?
You sure you didn't come across any kind of clue or hint? Something we might have missed?
Everything I saw, you already know. You were right about the Reapers. The Protheans were destroyed by a race of sentient machines. I think it is obvious there is a connection between the Reapers, the Prothean extinction, and the Conduit, but I did not see anything that would help us find it.
What's our next move?
I was able to interpret the data relayed through your vision, what was there at least, but something was missing. Saren must have the missing information. Maybe he found another beacon. If we can find the missing data from your vision, I can... Oh, I am sorry. The joining is exhausting. I should go to the medical bay and lie down for a moment.
Okay.
We're done here. Dismissed.
I sent off the Feros report, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
Commander, Exogeny should have told us about the Thorian. It would have made your job much easier.
You might have been able to capture it for study instead of destroying it.
Why must you always question me?
The Thorian liked to enslave minds. Anyone who studied it would have ended up as one of its thralls.
Perhaps it's for the best then. At least the colony was saved.
Of course it was saved. Shepard would go to any lengths to help a human colony.
Being human had nothing to do with it.
Remember to stay
They were in
hydrated.
trouble.
Admirable. But sometimes Spectres have to make sacrifices. I hope you're willing to do that when the time comes.
There's some
Goodbye,
foreshadowing.
We will be waiting for your next report.
Cut back to that. Sometimes sacrifices must be made, Shepard. And then as soon as the council realizes they're dead because you left them to die on the Destiny Ascension, the Solarian Council are like it's like a flashback in his brain, and he's just like, oh. Oops. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. It's like, well, at least you listened to me, I guess. Alright, hydrate. There's also, maybe there's more out now, but back when I paid attention to it, there were 4 sets of comics, 4 issues each for Mass Effect. One was about Liara, which took place between, after the beginning of 2. One was about the First Contact War and focused more on the Elusive Man. That's obviously way before Mass Effect 1. Well, not way, it's like 30 years. One of them was about Omega. It takes place in between 2 and 3. And one was like, I think they were like 4 different stories about Shepard's teammates and what was happening right before 3, I think. There might be more now. I actually haven't read them, but I know some of the stuff that happens. There's also 3 Andromeda books. One is about Cora and her training and stuff and what happened to her before she decided to go. One of them is about the initiative before Ryder gets there. If you've played the game, you know stuff happens before you get there. So the book is about that. And then one of them is about another arc. That's all I'll say about that. But hell, Dragon Age being like a lore-based thing, there's probably more. I would imagine there's probably more books on that, maybe, or at least it's more information. The books were fun, but it really didn't introduce any kind of like important lore or information. Not really. But I'm assuming the Dragon Age stuff might. All right, we're gonna go talk to our teammates. I doubt they have anything new to say. Maybe like a couple throwaway lines for the mission, but I think I've already finished the conversations. Besides Ashley, maybe. Yeah, the Mass Effect books are fine. Only read through them once. I haven't really felt the need to read them again.
Commander, are you coming to check up on me?
You look much better. How are you feeling?
Dr. Chakwas assures me I am going to be fine. I was impressed with her knowledge of Asari physiology.
You're in good hands. Dr. Chakwas knows what she's doing.
I get the feeling you want to ask me something, Commander.
I just wanted to talk.
Fair enough. What did you want to talk about?
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
No, we already had the awkward scene where I basically had to tell the game no. Anyway, I'm doing this because my very first playthrough of Mass Effect, I romanced Ashley, knowing I was going to romance Liara later. You know, I was going to play the game multiple times, and there's only 2 romance options. So, and then I played 2 and romanced Tally. I played 3, but before 3 came out, I retconned my save. I played through 1 and 2 again, and the only different choice I made was I did not romance Ashley. I romanced nobody in 1, and ever since then, I have never romanced more than 1 person. I always just pick somebody for the character and only romance that character. But I was kind of like it's a what if situation. What if I had not retconned my first character? I've never romanced two people, so I'm curious what's going to happen. Like the nice awkward conversations with people. Like we see Ashley in 2, and then it's or in 3 after romancing Tally, and it's just like, this is awkward. Hi, Gaiden.
Anything you need, Commander?
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
We're all in for the duration. You can count on everyone to do their duty.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
I'm glad there aren't many aliens like the Thorian. I don't think my stomach could take it. Hell of a deal you worked out with Jong, though. If I ever get a speeding ticket, I want you to be my advocate.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
Well, we might. Unfortunately for Caden, in order for my my what if scenario to actually happen, Caden must die. I do like Ashley better than Caden in Mass Effect 1, only because she's more interesting. But in 3, I like Caden better. Ashley kind of mellows out, and Caden just gets goofy. I don't know what happens. Like Ashley mellows out and isn't as like fiery as she used to be, and that kind of makes her less interesting. And then Caden just becomes like more of a goofball in 3. So I kind of like him better in 3. Also, it's kind of against Ashley because in 3, James is a soldier. Ashley is a soldier. You just end up with 2 soldiers in your party. But if you take Caden, he is your only sentinel. Unless you are a sentinel, he is the only sentinel you get. Which I think makes him more valuable than just another soldier. Although you can give Ashley like a kind of like a mini God Garrus build, where you do the every increase to assault rifle damage you can, then you give her ammo, which I think is Inferno, or whatever it's called, and then you give her the Typhoon. Both James and Ashley can pull off the Garrus build, just not as well as he can. Because they both do not get armor-piercing rounds, which is definitely better for the build. But I've seen what it can do. I've seen Garrus like down a brute on insanity in like 3 seconds. All right, Garrus.
Commander,
nope,
good to see
nothing.
you.
Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Oh.
A little spooky how you handle that young guy. Didn't figure you'd know how to speak corporate.
All you need to do is show them how getting what you want gets them what they want.
You make it sound easy. Frankly, I just wanted to put a few rounds in him and leave.
What's
Same
your
thing?
opinion on the last
Yeah,
one?
okay.
I was making it up. We'll talk later.
Just making sure.
Forward to it, Skipper.
What was your opinion of the last mission? Well, frankly, Shepard, it took too long because you died several times.
Shepard?
We've already done all this.
Rex?
Shepard? Rex? Shepard! Commander Shepard. Shepard. Shepard?
Hey, Shepard. See you later.
And Tally has nothing to say in this game. Like, once you get through, like, Tally's stuff early, it's just, like, nothing left. I could sell stuff. We did just do a story mission. We'll do that later. I 100% will do item management on stream. I like doing it. But we'll wait. We'll do it at like at the beginning of next stream. What better way to start off a stream than item management? Ooh. Actually, Dreadwolf, you said you were mostly a Dragon Age person. I streamed through the Dragon Age series a while ago. I tried doing it again. I can't play Origins anymore. It finally happened. Like, Origins has become old to the point where I can't play it. It's the mechanics. I just don't enjoy playing it. I used to, but after playing 2 and then Inquisition and then like more current games that have like more quality of life improvements and smoothed out some edges, I have a hard time playing Origin now. I didn't grow up on CRPGs. It's kind of why I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 right now on Mondays and Thursdays. I'm kind of like teaching myself how to play them, but Origin, oh man, especially since I was playing a mage, there's too many options. And the way you have to play it and the friendly fire of spells in that game, and it's just like, I don't know. Oh yeah, a remaster would help me a lot for that. But in Inquisition, I was streaming it. By the way, my record for longest game streamed, I believe, is Inquisition. It was like 113 hours of stream time for one playthrough. But the next closest was SWTOR, I think, which is kind of cheating because it's an MMO, but it was close. Obviously, Total Time is one of the Mass Effect games, probably. 14 also came close, because I did a Realm Reborn. But when I was streaming it, I once did a part of a stream where I crafted an Inquisition for 3 hours straight. That was the stream. Half the stream was just me crafting for 3 hours. I'm sure that was fun. I mean, I enjoyed it. It's fun. I mean, if you like that kind of game, it is heavily based on D&D. But like I said, on paper, Baldur's Gate 3 is like the perfect game for me in terms of fantasy-based stuff. But it kind of comes down to even just the controls, like the point and click and stuff. I'm just not used to it. I'm used to it actually has good controller support, by the way. But I'm doing this on purpose. I want to learn how to play them. I have a handful of CRPGs on PC that I've been wanting to play, but I just like, there's that learning curve of just how the game is presented, the isometric view, the point and click, the hot bars full of a ton of abilities. I'm just not used to it. That's why I'm purposely using a keyboard and mouse. But one of the games I've been really wanting to play I have is called Tyranny. The premise sounds fun, but it plays like a CRPG on PC, so. Well, you're in luck. Oh, here's the part. Well, hold on. I'm bad at this, okay? I'm bad at, like, plugging my own stuff. There's my YouTube channel. That is only for VODs, basically, for now. That's my archive channel. I thought about making a second channel for actual stuff, but I don't know. I prefer streaming because it's like, I don't know. It's like live. With YouTube, you kind of interact through comments, and I prefer doing this. I have archived almost every single stream I've ever done for the last 4 years. The only thing's missing, I have not uploaded that 30-hour birthday stream I did, where I just slowly descend into like tired madness. I actually have to split it. I downloaded the VOD. I have to split it because the longest video you can upload to YouTube is 24 hours. At least for me. I'd have to split it. I also didn't upload some of the weird stuff. Like I did a show and tell as one of my streams a while ago. I think it was a birthday stream where I showed like my Mass Effect stuff and random stuff. I don't think I uploaded that. I also didn't upload like stuff like I did like marbles once. I didn't upload that. But yeah, like 99% of my streams are on that channel. Where are we going? Well, this is what unlocked from doing Feros, so. We'll go there first. And since I'm plugging stuff, there's a link to the Discord server. Not super active, but I use it for stream stuff. And on the rare chance I try to get like a game going in something, we use that too. Wing. if I'm ever playing a JRPG
Sponsor time, Commander.
that requires a lot of grinding, I will sometimes level grind off stream. But just for fun, there might be a night where I stream it in Discord and play some music or something and just do it that way. Sponsor time. God, I need to add more sponsors. I need to streamline the sponsor thing. I don't trust the Stream Deck randomization. It does not work that well. Sponsor. And we need the proper sound for it, which I now have in this folder.
Today's stream is sponsored by Harrods Emporium. Informative. Harrods Emporium is the top seller of armor accessories on Omega. From ordnance packs to chest plates, Harrods will leave you satisfied. Excitement. We now offer an exclusive model Geth ship while supplies last. With mild desperation. Please visit before your next combative engagement. Disclaimer. We have no affiliation with Arya T'Loak, any mercenary groups, or the Mad Prophet.
I'm still a potato. That's why I have to have multiple buttons to get that to work. Like when I do automatic stuff, like the potato thing, I have to make sure it flips back and forth accordingly. And it gets a little complicated when you have to do like a triangle thing, where it's like this goes to this goes to this, but this doesn't go to this. It gets a little complicated. Oh, I need to switch back to that actually. Because we're reading planets.
Clermont has a reducing atmosphere of methane and nitrogen. The surface is hot and mainly composed of sodium with deposits of uranium. In terms of size and orbit, the planet is a virtual twin of Earth, but utterly lacks life.
Looks like we've got an active distress beacon on the planet below, Commander. No message, just a locator signal.
Shut up, Joker, I'm busy. Notacrux is a verdant world with abundant water, temperate climate, and thick nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere. And a rich ecosystem. It would seem to be perfect for life. The relatively high percentage of oxygen makes humans feel energized and alive. Though it has also allowed insect analogs to grow to frightful sizes. Unfortunately, the planet is a case of almost, not quite. Thunderstorms are as common as on Earth, but in the planet's thicker, oxygen-rich atmosphere, they are deafening and spark constant wildfires. More damning, however, are the large and ubiquitous tufts of pollen that float on the high-pressure air. In humans and other oxygen-breathing species, they cause severe or lethal allergic reactions. Oh, there goes potato. I also hate this planet, because I believe it's the one that has all the jaggedy edges you have to climb over. Any rocks? I like rocks. I still have all... Commander Shepard. Commander still has all the... I don't know why I'm talking. Okay, anyway. Fine. I still have all my rocks from when I was a child. I think most of them, anyway. I can do a show and tell with my rock collection. It's kind of lame. Alco. The geological properties of Alco have been scanned from orbit, but little else is known about it. A fairly typical mix, outer system terrestrial of rock, ice. Help. Alco has a trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. Its crust is composed of silicates and water ice with deposits of aluminum. Unregistered starship traffic has been recorded in the vicinity of this planet. Travel is not advised. Potaton, the home of the potatoes. A rather small hydrogen and helium gas giant, Potaton's atmosphere contains large quantities of chlorine. Ooh, poison potato. Did I forget to survey anything?
All right. Yeah, there's the planet that has the rings with the monkeys. Elatania or something. That planet's terrible for getting around because it's very like rocky and jaggedy. This is the other one, and I think it's actually worse. Liara, haven't seen you in a while. And Tally, because if this planet has a bunch of allergy stuff, she can filter it out. Liara can make a bubble around her. And I'll just die. You know, like nature. I'll be annoyed and then just pass out. Yep, it's this planet. Look at this! Look how high those mountains are and how, like, steep they are. This place is terrible. Now, luckily, I don't have to go for the deposits anymore. But unfortunately, I have to go for this thing. It'd be easier just to go around like this. But, I mean... Let's go to this first. But yeah, like, I'm not deathly allergic to anything that I know of. But nature hates me. Like, I'm just, like, annoyingly allergic to everything. But nothing will actually, like, as far as I know, will actually just, like, kill me. Like, I don't have to have, like, an EpiPen or anything. It's just incredibly annoying constantly. I mean, like, as a kid, I got stung by, like... let's see. I remember getting stung by a honeybee. I remember getting stung by a yellow jacket and a wasp. So, guess I'm not allergic. What am I doing? Just go down here. I'm backwards. just going backwards. I never found a food allergy. Although with my digestive system, again, it's more of like an annoyance than anything. Like, I'm not lactose intolerant, but I'm definitely lactose sensitive. But it's random. I can eat plenty of dairy and be fine. And then I can have a day where I eat plenty of dairy, and the next day it's just like, ugh. It is kind of random for me. Oh, escape pod is half buried in a material that has washed down from the mountains, though it has obviously been here for centuries. The computer still has power. Linking in with the hard suit, you recover a batch of files containing data on the Thracia colony. I see. We can go take care of that, and then we can just go straight here. I'm not allergic to seafood, but I hate seafood. Like, if I was allergic to seafood, I wouldn't care. Like shellfish especially. I don't like it. I have tried crab. I don't think I ever tried lobster, actually. I've tried crab, shrimp, scallops, different kinds of fish. What else? Calamari, twice. I don't like any of it. I actually tried calamari. Now, yes, I tried the crab and the scallops and some stuff at Red Lobster. I know some people consider Red Lobster to be like the fast food of seafood. You are incorrect. Long John Silver is the fast food of seafood. For a reason. It's terrible. I'm actually honestly surprised Long John Silvers are still around. But at Red Lobster, I tried all that stuff. I tried calamari there. I also tried calamari at a pretty nice place in Chicago. I went on a school field trip for a week in my senior year. And we got calamari. It was kind of expensive. At a actual restaurant there. And it didn't taste much better than the one at Red Lobster. I tasted the breading on the outside, but the inside was just kind of like rubber mixed with like a little fishy taste. Like I don't have the taste buds for fish, I guess, or seafood in general. What is happening with Thorian creepers in this game? Why do they have so much health? Look at that. It survived a direct hit from the Mako cannon. Hi. Is there anything to mess with here, or is it just this? I think it's nothing to mess with. You want to know my favorite thing of seafood? My favorite food at Red Lobster? The biscuits. Of course it's the biscuits. Even people who like seafood might say that. Cheddar biscuits. I did mention I'm a side person. I prefer the sides as opposed to the main dish. At Thanksgiving, whenever we'd have like Thanksgiving at my grandmother's house when I was like in elementary, middle school, you'd have like all the stuff. You'd have like the turkey and stuff, and you'd also have the stuffing, macaroni and cheese, mashed potatoes. My plate would be like, most of the time you get a plate somewhere or have a meal of some kind, the plate is like half the main dish, and the other half consists of like 2 to 3 sides. You know, like a third each or like a half each. My plate is like even across everything. It's like turkey, but also all the sides. So of course, I would probably like the cheddar biscuit. Even if they weren't awesome, I'd probably still like them better anyway. Okay. 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 Yay. Or like when I worked at Best Buy, during like, oh, we're getting close to being full. Okay. Well, that's good timing then. I was planning on doing that anyway. But we get like food from someplace, a lot of it, and rather than eat like the actual like main dish stuff, I would just get like a plate, like one of those plastic plates, and just fill it full of like sides. They had this what they called like dirty rice with like stuff in it, and it was really good. So I just got like a plate full of that. Just ate that. I'm also the kind of I don't know what this means. I don't know if it's OCD or what. But if I have a plate, first off, I never mix my foods. I need them to be separate. Very rarely will I mix my food. I need them to be separate. Can they be touching? Yes. I don't care if they're touching. I used to care about that. Not really anymore. Although it's not like I make an effort to have it not touch much. It's just if it kind of like bleeds into each other a little bit when it's being heated, that's fine. But I'm the kind of person who will take bites evenly. And by the time I'm almost done, I will have a bite left of everything. I have 1 bite left of everything. And then I'll go like clockwise around the plate. I don't think it matters what clockwise or counterclockwise, but I'll go around the plate and do each last bite. So I get like a taste of everything one last time, and that's it. I never have like a bunch of stuff left over of something. And I always eat like that, no matter what it is. If I had like something in soup, same thing. I'll have like 1 like little thing of soup left with the other stuff. Oh, I hate this place. I think I'm gonna have to go around through this little gap here and then go up. Yeah. We're not going up that. Nah. Oh, and since Remnant mentioned it yesterday, I think I'm gonna try some hummus. I was looking for like a decently healthy snack. A vegetable tray would be nice. I actually have one in the fridge. The vegetable tray has carrots, celery, and there's 1 thing of broccoli and 1 thing of tomatoes. I hate tomatoes. I'm not eating that. I can't stand just tomatoes. Like, I like ketchup on stuff. I like tomato, like pasta sauce, but I just do not like regular tomatoes. But it came with a thing of ranch in the middle, like most, vegetable trays come with. Ranch is okay. But I was thinking of getting some hummus and trying it. I need to find a snack. I love snacks. I love just like getting a box of Cheez-Its and just eating it out of the box and then being done. Like, oh, I'm full now. I need to trick my brain. I need to find healthy stuff that I can snack on like that. And in my brain is like, haha, I'm doing something unhealthy by snacking on this. But then I know, like, oh, it's actually healthy. Come on, controller, stop doing that. Garlic hummus? I like garlic. To an extent. No, I can't even get up this. I hate this planet. I'm glad no one can live on this planet. Like, not only is this planet annoying to get around, but it's like super allergy based. It's like, it's the perfect planet for me to hate. Whee! No, there's two still alive. What? Eh. Beep beep. All right. The issue is with healthy snacks like fruits and vegetables, they're harder to keep. I can't just grab a box of like I would grab a box of Cheez-Its or like a chips or something, some kind of like Triscuit or whatever, and just eat out of the box and then put it back. You can't really do that with fruits, especially fruits. But I do have a mini fridge in here now, so if I had like a vegetable tray or like a baggie of something, I could like eat it and then put it back in there. Grapes are good. And grapes could sit out for a little bit. Little bit, not long. The problem with snacking on carrots when streaming, they're so loud. Like that's like the loudest vegetable I could snack on. Oh, hey. Are you kidding me? What just killed me? There was like no even an animation. Oh, and there's is this game autosave when I came in, or do I have to start the whole planet over again? I hate this game. There was nothing good here. It was a downed camp thing, a downed area with a couple things. There was like items here and that's it. There was the Turian metal or Turian thing, but I'm done with that. I don't need that anymore. We're just going to go straight to the science place. I don't even need the stuff anymore. Ugh. Roasted red pepper sounds good. Black bean sounds pretty good. Roasted pine nut. I'm not sure on that one. Lemon zest. Okay. Roasted pine nut, just because of the pine in it, makes it... I think it's going to taste like pine needles. Like, minty. Red pepper sounds good, though. I mean, you should see my food when I get done with it. When I get done with, like, seasoning. I like seasonings. They make things taste good. I like it. I usually put a ton of black pepper on stuff. Which is why, I was using the Bean Boozled brand of beans. But there's also another one you can do. And that one, it had two bad ones. One was sausage, and one was black pepper. Sausage I don't think would be too bad, although it is kind of weird having sausage in like sugary candy form. That is weird. But I'd probably like the black pepper. Incoming ad break. Ugh. Here, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hit the snooze button. There's a snooze button that works for 5 minutes. And we're almost at the end of stream anyway, so I'm going to snooze it. Hey, Julie. Julie, I swear. I said we're almost at the end of stream, and it's like it summoned you. Every time. Like last night where you were literally typing hello into chat when I raided. The timing. Well, when I start doing longer streams, it'll be good. That's our like prime hours right there. It'll be like 11 to like 1 or 2 or something. Oh, they're all dead. Well, good. I need to bring back, I mentioned I was going to do this at some point. I need to bring back, like for a while we were doing like spoopy time at night or after stream. We would, for a couple hours, we would watch episodes of Unsolved Mysteries, which are on YouTube. Anyone can watch them for free. There's a YouTube channel. If you just YouTube like Unsolved Mysteries, you might find it. It has every season of Unsolved Mysteries that I know of the original and then like the newer one with a different host. And it also has, there's also other shows on there too. I should bring something like that back because that worked. Like anyone who is more like a late night person. Die. God, why do they have so much health? Also, I kind of didn't really bring any powerhouse characters. Like, Liara's cool because she could just do this. But Tally's almost useless here. Because all her abilities are tech-based. So are mine. Luckily, my strongest power is somewhat effective. Sniper rifle. Stay down. Stay in there. It's also because Unsolved Mysteries was cool. It was very nostalgic. But once we got like to season 8, the episodes were getting kind of like, I'm not going to say lame, but they were getting kind of like, and I'm not expecting too much out of the newer one. Not the one that's on like Netflix that's like like very new, but like the one that takes place. There's like Unsolved Mysteries for like 10 seasons. And then there's another one that starts like right after that with a new host. It's probably technically still the same show, but without what's his name, Robert Stack, I think. Without him, it's like it's not original Unsolved Mysteries. Unfortunately, from what I read, I think he had to step away because of his health, and then he died like soon after. There we go. Maybe we can find something else that has like easy access. I mean, there's plenty of stuff on YouTube, like creepy documentary type things. Maybe we can find something.
Rescuers? Oh, thank God. See? I told you somebody would come to investigate that signal. My name is Dr. Ross, Chief Exogeny Researcher at this facility. We've been trapped in this room for days. We're almost out of food and water. You got here just in time.
I need to know what's going on. Why is this place crawling with Thorian creepers?
How do you know about the Thorian?
I still have some of it left on my shoe. I've seen it.
I know what Exogeny was up to. I saw what they let the Thorian do to those colonists, so I destroyed it.
Our secret's out then. No point in my lying. You already know the worst. The creepers here were created using altered samples from the specimens on Feros. We discovered a way to turn them into docile, obedient servants. Everything was going fine until a few days ago. Then all the creepers suddenly went berserk. Only a handful of us made it back into the safety of this room.
That's probably what happened when I killed it. So technically my fault, but they're the one messing with this stuff, so.
Why didn't you send a clear message asking for help? All we had was that signal from the emergency beacon.
This is a closed communications base. Exogeny was worried about someone on the project selling secrets to a rival firm or reporting our work to the authorities. We have no direct communication with the outside, only the emergency beacon. It sends a general distress signal to the Exogeny site on Feros. They're supposed to send a team to respond inside of 24 hours, but it sounds like they had problems of their own.
Mm-hmm. Space Minnesota. Technically, maybe. Like, this isn't that far in the future. I'd imagine, like, accents from certain parts of the U.S. are still a thing. It's once you get into, like Star Trek, where it's, like, 200 years in the future, that's when it gets a little weird to hear an accent from, like, a very specific place.
Any chance some of the other people at the base might still be alive?
I doubt it. Too many creepers out there. They never stood a chance. We're the only ones left.
Any idea why they turned on you?
Maybe there was still some kind of link between the creepers and the Thorian back on Feros. The Thorian was unlike any other life form we've ever studied. I can't explain how, but maybe when it died, it somehow set off the creepers here.
Ad break. Ugh.
I've heard all I need to.
Look, I know what we did here was wrong. I'll admit that. But it's over now. There's no sense reporting this to the authorities, right?
So what are you offering? Somebody has to pay. People lost their lives here. I mean, we are playing a more nice character, so it's like, yeah, people died. Kind of hard to just say, like, oh yeah, you can leave. We're fine.
You were in charge of this project. The safety of the staff was your responsibility. They trusted you, and you betrayed that trust.
Be reasonable. I didn't mean for this to happen. Besides, how does it help anyone if I end up in jail? Normally, Exogeny would have my back, but it sounds like they're going to have their hands full cleaning up the mess on Feros. But I've got money. A nice little emergency fund I set up. It's yours if you let us go.
What's stopping me from saying yes, getting access to the money, and then killing them? I feel like that's a very D&D thing to do in that
Remember
way.
to stay hydrated.
Where someone, it's like, hey, if I'll give you this sack of gold if you let me go, and you're just like, I can just kill you and take the sack off your dead body. But if it's a situation where it's like, the gold is hidden somewhere, I'll tell you where it is, that kind of thing. Or it's like, okay, tell me. Cool. Now I'm going to kill you. I can't do that.
The victims here deserve justice. I have to take you in.
That's not going to happen.
I guess it's not.
Open fire. Open fire!
Ragdoll is still funny. Exogeny's second-rate mercs prove no match for a trained Alliance Marine. With the last of the science crew dead, there's no reason to linger here. I like the delayed. Just delayed. I mean, yeah, it's neutral. It's just like, yeah, pay me, we'll go. The bottom option's just like, I'm gonna murder you. The top option's like, no, I'm taking you to prison. I'm taking you to space jail. Did I go in here? Did I go in here? Yeah, I came in. Yeah, I went in here. Nope, no, I did not. Never mind. Yeah, first thing next time on Friday, we're going to be doing some item management. Because I am almost full. Also, I mean, you're kind of trained at this point to hate them. They're exogeny. You learned on Feros, exogeny kind of like screwed over their own people. That's weird. Anyway. So yeah, look, when is a space corporation ever good? Kind of like, when is a galactic empire ever good? When is a space corporation ever good? Well, I think, well, at least it makes sense in this universe where, since it's probably like a bank account, since I killed her, I don't have access to it. I kind of get that. It's different in a game that's like fantasy based, where it's like, I have some gold on me. If I give it to you, you have to let me go. And then you decide to kill them, but then you can't take the gold. It like somehow disappears. Similarly, I'll admit I was a little disappointed in this fact, but it does make sense. In Baldur's Gate, I was like, can I just kill this shopkeep and take all their stuff? The items are obviously on them. Like, the items are in their inventory, on them and in these, like, you know, things around them. Can't I just kill them and take all their stuff for free, including all their gold? No, if you do that, you don't get all their stuff. In fact, apparently you get very little of their stuff. Basically, it's a way to balance the game. Otherwise, everyone would be doing it. Is it realistic? No, but it's how they balance it. Okay.